And good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final family fun day of the season here at Emerald Downs. Today's track condition is fast. It's a fast track for today's racing. Here now are the changes, corrections, and scratches for this afternoon's racing program. In the first race today, a distance of 6 furlongs, there are no changes in the opener. In the second race today, a distance of 1 mile, number 2, They See Me Do It, has been scratched. Scratch number 2, They See Me Do It. In the third race today, a distance of 5 furlongs, number 1, El Cid, has been scratched. Scratch number 1, El Cid. Number 2, Nathan Knows Best, will carry 1 pound over. Number 4, Polar Patrol, will carry 1 pound over. Number 5, Riker's Heat, will carry 1 pound over. And Race with Blinkers On. Blinkers On, number 5, Riker's Heat at 1 pound over. In the fourth race today, a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes in the fourth. In the fifth race today, at 6 furlongs, number 4, Social Status, will race with Blinkers On. Blinkers On, number 4, Social Status. Number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor, will race without blinkers. There'll be no blinkers for number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor. In the sixth race today, at 6 1/2 furlongs, there are no changes in the sixth. In the seventh race at 6 furlongs, number 7, In Orbit, will carry 1 pound over. 1 over for number 7. In the eighth race today at 6 furlongs, there are no changes in the eighth. In the ninth race today at 6 furlongs, number 1, Now Cato, has been scratched. Scratch number 1, Now Cato. Number 2, Fred Moe, will carry 3 pounds over. Number 4, Sir Argento, will carry 2 pounds over. Number 7, Can't Catch This Cat, will carry 3 pounds over. In the 10th race today at 6 1/2 furlongs, for number 2, Avila Nasa, an owner correction. The owner and the trainer should be listed as Alexis Silva Martinez. In the 11th and final race today, a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs, number 7, Melvin's Loot, will race with Blinkers On. Blinkers On, number 7, Melvin's Loot. Those are the changes, corrections, and scratches for today's racing program. Post time for the opener coming up in 37 minutes. Coming up next, it's Handicapper's Corner.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for another day of racing at Emerald Downs. And it has been a fun meeting, an exciting meeting, much more to come racing-wise next week, and fun-wise and family-wise and racing-wise today. Track announcer Tom Harris.
Joe, good to be with you as always. Beautiful day. Track Fast, as mentioned earlier, family fun day, a whole lot going on.
You bet. And we're going to have our final kids race of the year.
Right.
And you're going to call all 175 kids.
Oh, absolutely. With my eyes closed, probably.
Anyway, the kids have a great time out there. I think they want to assemble in the park area, north of the paddock, around 3 p.m., and the race will be after our 4th thoroughbred race today.
That's correct. It's going to be a lot of fun. It always is. They run down the stretch, and then the big reward is ice cream.
That's right.
In the winner's circle, everybody gets an ice cream. So if you're a youngster, you're here, Mom and Dad, make sure the youngsters are out in the park at 3 o'clock, no later than 3 anyway,
okay.
And be ready for that.
Yep. And it is a family fun weekend. That continues out in the park area, so get the youngsters out there and have them take advantage of the various games and events for families here at Emerald Downs. On an 11-race card today, we are 7 days away from the Championship Sunday and the 91st running of the Long Acres Mile. Entries on Wednesday, so that'll be the day when horsemen enter, get their post positions, and we'll all know more about the race as well.
That's where the rubber meets the road, isn't it? You find out exactly who's in and who's not, and $125,000 race. It sets up to be a dandy. I know you mentioned yesterday a couple of names of horses that were nominated, and so we'll find out tomorrow who's in.
Yeah, well, Wednesday anyway.
Yeah, Wednesday, that's right.
Yeah.
I know, it seems like tomorrow to me.
Well, we are anticipating that day, that is for sure. Entry day Wednesday for the mile and all of the races, including 5 other stakes races. Aloha Breeze, certainly one of the top names. She nominated to the Emerald Distaff. She's 3 for 3 at the meeting again.
Yeah.
She has already done what no other horse in this track's 30-year history has done. She's been divisional champion at ages 2, 3, 4, and 5. Nobody else had done that at ages 2, 3, and 4, and now she's done it 4 straight years and has a big leg up to be a 5th consecutive divisional champion. 3 for 3 so far for owner George Tadaro, trainer Tom Wenzel, and 2 of those wins are stakes as well. And she's won this race before also. So Aloha Breeze, a track star, anticipated to run next weekend as well. We have a couple of 2-year-old stakes. We'll have the Derby, the Oaks as well. And before that, breakfast at the Wire next Saturday. That goes from 9 to 10:30. There is a complimentary breakfast there and coffee as well. Vince Brune and myself will host. We'll have plenty of guests, and we'll be talking Long Acres Mile mostly because the big race will be the next day. That is next Saturday, August 15th, 9 to 10:30 a.m., right about where we are here, Tom, near the Paddock Grill.
And just a beautiful atmosphere, too, in the mornings with the horses galloping by. Anybody that's got a chance to sit in on that should certainly do so. Yeah,
we had a good crowd yesterday, and we'll have another show next Saturday. And, of course, Saturday before the races on, August 15th, next Saturday, will be the Washington Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And we're going to have some pretty good crowds for some of these inductees. Doug Moore, of the chairperson of the Washington Horse Racing Commission, had a great career as a jockey, Washingtonian all the way, and just so respected as a steward, as an executive secretary, and a WHRC committee member, and now the chair, and he is the Lifetime Achievement winner. Mark Kaufman in the publicity area of Long Acres. He is the track publicist at Long Acres for so many years and did a tremendous job there. Reba is Tops, female horse, and Maxwell G, a male horse. those are the inductees for the Hall of Fame, and that ceremony starts at 1 p.m. next Saturday before the races. Okay, well, you know, Tom, you were calling that 10th and final race last night, and Kevin Krieger got Bella Chow Chow right there into great contention and edged out Army Knife. And Coconut Dreams did unseat the rider right there at the start of the race, the 1 mile race. But in the gallop out, Kevin Krieger had just won the race, and he was heady enough. He's a horseman. Look at that. He sees a riderless horse there. They're kind of starting to slow down and coast, and he reaches over and grabs that horse. Great job, Kevin.
Yeah, that's what you call heads up right there.
You bet. A winner of the race and helping the outrider, the pony rider there to corral the loose horse who ran a mile as well, did Coconut Dreams. Okay, 11 races today here at Emerald Downs, and let's do some handicapping, Tom.
Why not?
Sure.
Dive right in.
First race is a 6 furlong sprint for fillies and mares. Race 1.
I went to Guide My Steps here, Joe. Number 3, Guide My Steps. Good runner-up against 5,000 claiming, and drops just a little bit here today, so I put that one on top of 3, 4, and 2.
Okay, I went with Guide My Steps as well. Comes off a good second and does drop, as you mentioned. It's going to make him or her pretty tough. Silvio Amador continues to have just a great season. He's aboard. Second race, also fillies and mares. This is a mile. Scratch the 2. Take it away, Tom. Who do you like?
How about Sweet Smile in this one, Joe? This one had a good maiden win a few races back, has been up against tough rivals, and steps into what should be a likable spot. I went 4, 5, and 1 here.
4, 5, and 1. I'm going to go Rocky Sense, number 3. Kevin Krieger aboard for Coco Patino here. Rocky Sense has a good record at a mile. Yeah, she was just beaten by Faye Alana, the 1, but that was her first route of the year, Rocky Sense. I think she can improve off that. So a little price angle. Got a scratch in the 2-year-old maiden race. Number 1, El Cid is out. 1 is out. 6 are in to sprint, and these 2-year-old maiden colts and geldings.
I go to Polar Patrol here, who just missed in the last one. I think will be a tough one to deal with here. Kevin Krieger, also a part-time lead outrider there, as we just saw earlier in the replay. He'll have the call here on Polar Patrol, number 4, my pick there. I went 4, 6, and 2.
4, 6, 2. Okay, I did go with the 2, Nathan Knows Best, whose career debut. He did have the lead, had a good chance to win, faded just about late, so doesn't need much improvement to be a big factor today. On to race 4. We're going to start another pick 4 in race 4 today, 4 through 7, pick 4 wagering.
You know, I think Impassable, Joe, in this spot, I thought Impassable in the last race showed a lot more improvement, and I think that was a sign of a horse that's starting to come to task, and I think will close the deal here. Draws that inside post position. A good effort in that last race. 1, 5, and 4 for me.
Real good effort for Impassable for Howard Belvoir, Frank Alvarado. Lead the charge. Took him a while to break his maiden. But he's been in the money in all 8 career starts. He is tough to beat. He's fast. I think he can step right in against winners and win again. Let's go to the 5th race. And let's see, we have another pick 4 starting in the 5th. Yeah, pick 4 wagering starting in the 5th. Fillies and mares at 6 furlongs.
Just raining pick 4s today, Joe. I'll go to the inside. Bobby's Ginny. Solid speed at the Rella. Roscoe is... been close with this one a couple of times, and we had to go back and kind of recalibrate the numbers on Kevin's total number of wins, but now for sure he sits at 499 all-time thoroughbred wins. So if he gets the score today, he'll be at 500.
He won a couple yesterday. Did Orozco. I took above average, just a slight call here for trainer Mark Cloutier, Silvio Amador, and above average, taking a little drop in class, looking for that first victory of the year, but 2 good seconds so far. 6th race, the jackpot pick 6 starts on race number 6 4-year-olds and up at 6.5.
You know, Conrad Meadows looks good for another one here. The last win was sharp. It's always a tall order to ask a horse to go back-to-back, but I don't see any reason why he can't do it. I put him on top. I went 6-1-3.
Yeah, you bring that up. He never has won 2 straight,
Yeah.
but 2 wins at this meeting, and that last win was real impressive. So
Yes.
I'm with you. Conrad Meadows, chance to win 2 in a row for the first time in his career. 7th race, 3-year-old fillies at 6 furlongs, and this is a pretty wide open race because it's a non-winners of 2.
It really is an open race. I gave the edge to Silent Beauty in this one. This one has the speed to go all the way here. In Orbit, I think will be a surprise in this race. Responded well last time, may build on that effort. I think will be a little closer than maybe what the odds reflect so far. 6, 7, and 4 for me here in the 7th.
6, 7, 4. I did put Silent Beauty second. I put My Leading Lady on top. Only 2 career races. Broker Maiden, easily first out not long ago. And that first race against winners at times can be, a little bit of culture shock. But she ran pretty well, showed her good speed. I think she can be right in there today. Non-winners of 2 in the 8th race. This is a sprint for 3-year-olds and up. 1 3-year-old in there, Mo Gray, who has a couple wins at the meeting.
I think we went racing by the jackpot pick 6. There is a little bit of a carryover pull going in today.
3,200.
3,200, and you even have your own personalized. We'll show that in a second. I go to the 4 regarding Harry Alyssa Morales. This one seems to do best with a relaxed run in the early stages. I think could menace here nicely. 4, 5, and 2. I go in the 8th here.
Yeah, you just kind of tossed that last race, and regarding Harry, has a good string of form going. I did go Prince of Memphis, the morning line favorite for Jim Gilmore. Frank Alvarado aboard, another horse on excellent form and certainly fits on class.
Look what Joe got here. Just delivered moments ago, Joe.
Oh no, I had that made. I made that myself.
You made that yourself?
No,
I don't think so. This was delivered, special delivery, pick 6, Joe.
Okay.
That's what we're calling you from now on.
All right. Well, that was a good deal last week for me. I know that, but. Let's talk about the 9th race.
All right.
Thank you, Tom, though.
Well, that's one to remember, right?
Oh, yeah.
42,000 plus. You don't hit many of those.
No. None.
None. Yeah, right. Well, you got one. So the 9th race, I'll go to Bull Tiz, number 6, Silvio Amador, to handle the reins here for Bull Tiz. This one was just simply overmatched in the Seattle Slew Stakes, Joe. But this, I think, will be a lot better spot today.
I'm going to go Sir Argento, who has a couple of thirds here in 2026 for Candy Kreiderman. Let's see, he won pretty close to this date last year. He can come from a little bit off the pace. Those 2/3 were good efforts, so Sir Argento for me. 10th race, the Elysian Brewing Purse. This is a maiden race at 6.5.
How about All About Babes? I mean, why stop now? I've been with this horse since the beginning. This horse has been close on many attempts, draws the inside post. Kevin Krieger with the assignment. I go 1, 3, and 5 here.
Okay, Harper Buddy was just beaten very soundly. He was fairly close early, but that Count Dahlia by 7 lengths that day, that horse just was supreme and dominant and fast, and nobody was even close to him in the stretch. So I'm going to leave that race out. It's a drop in class for Harbor Buddy, and he can generally stay sort of close to the pace. I think he's got a good chance in here. I see he is the 2-1 morning line favorite, so no big surprise there. 11th and final, one first-time starter, number 3, Shady Rambler, a 4-year-old son of 613 from Tom Wenzel's barn. Tom has won with a few firsters this year, at least a couple anyway. Who do you like?
You know what? That's where I'm going. First-time starter. Sometimes what you don't know is better than what you do know. This might be the case. Shady Rambler, nice morning workouts for trainer Tom Wenzel here. And the first asking coming up after that nice workout regiment. Love the connections.
Yeah.
Love everything to like here.
Okay, yeah. First-time starter, not, super stellar horses to beat. Melvin's Loot also comes out of that Count Dahlia race that Count Dahlia dominated. He was fourth of 9 was Melvin's loot. He goes blinkers on today, drop in class. I'll give him the nod there. So 11 races at Emerald Downs here on this second Sunday in August, and so much upcoming here at Emerald Downs. Keep track of us on Facebook or emeralddowns.com and get those families out to the park today for some extra entertainment. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for watching Handicapper's Corner. And coming up on racing at Emerald Downs, just 15 minutes until race number 1. Joe Withey along with John Lindley of Parker's. Here's John's sheet. It's had that same look for ever since we opened, John.
Oh, for sure, part of that, obviously.
Yeah.
41 years.
There it is. Parker's available for just $2. And, you know, John gives out his top selection here, race to race. We thank him for that. But he has comments and suggested wagers. And John is a best horse man. You know, he tries to find the best horse, the winner of the race. So, you know, he's going to pick a few favorites here and there. But I marvel every year, several times a year, you'll have a good pick 3 or 4 because you'll use contending horses at a price and it'll pay.
And just like your ticket last week, you know, your third picks came in a couple of races at big prices, and if you can have a couple singles, and you, of course, singles slews Tiz Whiz, and I'll do the same on the sheet, and you get lucky on those other legs, you can do really well for small amounts. In your case, very small amounts.
Yeah, and the of course, the pick 3 has the great 12% takeout here as well. So keep that in mind. More money being returned to the winning wagers on our pick 3 wager for the second straight year, that 12% takeout. Okay, well, we have 11 races today, and the horses are in the saddling paddock for race number 1. This is a filly, excuse me, filly and mare sprint at 6 furlongs. La Popise, we know her well. And let's see, I think she won on opening day 2025. So she hasn't won since, but she is the type to give a good effort. 306 in the money this year. I see she's had a little trouble outrunning Libby's Gambit over the past couple of seasons, and I mention that because Libby's Gambit's number 4 in here.
Yeah, and I think you and I both know La Papise had some big efforts at Emerald Downs over the years, and this year just doesn't seem to be the same horse. She ran great her very first start, and since then kind of hasn't really been able to repeat that effort where she ran a close second there. Her last race was against a stronger field than this, and she was a little wide on the turn. She draws inside, she gets a weight break. We know she's capable of better. We have yet to see it. We'll see if she can kind of turn things around and get back into contention at the end here.
She's got an apprentice, Talia Timontois, aboard today, La Popise. Yeah, 5 of her 7 lifetime victories are here at Emerald Downs. George Rosales runner. And number 2 also from the Rosales barn, Rabble. Rabble won over a wet track here back in June, followed that up with a good sprint, and, you know, Ginger in Charge won that one. And then a couple races against Union Coach, who's been real sharp. So claimed for 2,500 last time out, now in the barn of Rosales, and he's got that excellent percentage, nearly 30% first off the claim.
Yeah, and that's one thing I noticed. In her last race, she was wide on the turn, but usually is kind of a little 2 or 3 wide in a lot of races. Not sure why she didn't finish real strongly there, but she does go for a barn, as you talked about, that does very well with newly claimed horses, and she has a couple of big efforts back in June that would give her a huge chance here. Kind of question marks, but we'll see. But if she can repeat those June efforts, she'd have a bigger, pretty good shot today.
Yeah, just claimed by the Rosales barn, and he did have Rabble in his barn much earlier this year and possibly last year as well. This is her first year up at Emerald Downs. Rabble is the 2. Number 3, Guide My Steps, comes off a second place finish behind Ginger in Charge, and she drops in class today, so 2 seconds in 3 starts at the meeting. She's an automatic contender.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's got 2 seconds, one to Ginger in Charge, who's won a few times, another to Can't Deal With It, who also has won 3 or 4 times. So she's run what you would almost call winning races, just kind of ran into some super sharp horses there. And last race, she surprisingly showed good tactical speed up on the lead and held on for a nice solid second. She normally isn't on the lead. Be interesting to see what the connections do with her today, but definitely that last race kind of points her out in this field.
There she is, 6-year-old Calbred by Grayson, trained by Shelley Crow. Silvio Amador, second time aboard, and again, runner-up on Guide My Steps. 3 weeks ago. There's the 4, Libby's Gambit, and she was one of the noteworthy claiming horses at last year's Emerald Downs meeting. She just got red hot late in the season and won 3 out of 4 with a second toward the end of the meet. And, a couple decent races she's coming off.
Yeah, you look at those races last year and you thought going into this year she'd be pretty formidable in a few efforts, and she just hasn't been able to compete. Now, each of her last 2 starts, she has been kind of, I don't want to say stuck inside, but she's been on that inside post and kind of in no man's land. She does get outside to some degree today. She has tactical speed. Maybe find herself on the lead here. We'll see what the connections do with her. But her last race was a nice even effort against a strong field, and this is, I think, slightly easier company. We'll see if she can kind of turn it around and go back to her form of last year.
Yeah, 5 of her 6 career victories here at Emerald Downs. There's Libby's Gambit, a Washington bred by Rallying Cry. Blaine Wright trainee Kevin Krieger is aboard. Or will be aboard. Kevin with that nice capture last night, showing some of his horseman abilities. Mischievous Emma is number 5 in here for Fidel Alejandre. Alex Anaya aboard, and she ran into Libby's Gambit last time out, a few lengths behind her, so she would likely see pace hookup for her best chance. There she is on the track with Anaya. And also from trainer Alejandre is Inzaway, who is going route to sprint.
Yeah, both Mischievous, remember I had her breaking too slow, just so people might know last race. And then Inzaway, the horse was around the rail all the way around the racetrack now on the route. But in the previous sprint, I had her steadying at the start, lost about a length and a half, and was super wide. She's been in the 1 hole actually 4 straight races. So another horse that might appreciate moving outside. Hopefully she can break a little cleaner today. We'll see if she can kind of turn it around too. Her last few races hasn't shown too much.
There she is, and that is Jairo Marino, apprentice to get aboard for Alejandre. 6 to the track for race 1 at Emerald Downs.
And the horses are on the track for the first race today. The first race, a distance of 6 furlongs. It's the neutral purse. Claiming event, purse of $9,000 for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Number 5, Mischievous Emma, has been excused from the post parade. Post time in 6 minutes for the first. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we direct your attention to the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle and ask that you please rise if able and kindly remove your hats as we welcome Gloria Moore, a local actress and singer from Tacoma. She's performed with the Tacoma Opera Company, the Seattle Symphony Chorus, Lakewood Playhouse, and Tacoma Little Theater. Now here's Gloria Moore with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red gleam, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
That's Gloria Moore.
Race number 1 just minutes away at Emerald Downs. Again, rolling doubles, rolling pick threes. And those start right here in the first. And the first early pick 4. There's a pick 4 wager covering races 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris for his selection in the first.
Joe, I land on number 3 here, Guide My Steps, a horse that's the favorite right now at 3-2. Game runner-up in the last outing against 5,000 claiming, drops just a little bit here, but she has started 3 times on the meeting, and 2 of those 3 have been prominent runner-up trips, and so I think the drop in class will be a big plus for her today. Guide My Steps, my selection. Libby's Gambit could be a late threat in the race, seems fitting here, and Rabble could be a upset spoiler with a top effort. I go 3, 4, and 2 here in the opener.
Number 3 on top for Tom, Guide My Steps, the morning line favorite. John Lindley.
You know, you look at her and she's run 2 nice seconds to better horses. She's dropping in price. She has tactical speed to be in contention. I think she's the one to beat, and I'm going to agree with Tom and the public, and we'll see if that starts the day off today.
Okay, and I'm with you guys. Guide My Steps definitely looks good. This is her first year up to Emerald Downs. She's a 6-year-old mare and has 2 seconds in those 3 starts, and both her second place finishes against multiple winners. So she looks good in here, and we're going to pick her, all three of us, in the first on Guide My Steps.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the first. First race today, the neutral purse at 6 furlongs. La Papis, first one to go up. Now comes Rabble. She goes right in. Libby's Gambit next one up. Open slot for the favorite, Guide My Steps, who now strides to the mark under the breakaway blanket. Mischievous Emma, one from the outside to join them. Inzaway, last one to go. In the gate. And runners away. Good start for all. One from the inside. Rabble darts to the lead here. It's Rabble to the front. Prompted is Mischievous Emma from between horses. It Guide My Steps, the favorites, right up in behind. The leader now second. Libby's Gambit on the outside, settling into stride third of length to La Papis. Mischievous Emma is up to the outside of that and ends away at the tail. They rush to the far turn just over 3/8 of a mile away, and Rabble shows the way 3/4 of a length. Guide My Steps on the outside, a closer second. Libby's Gambit's holding third. They're tightly knit up front. Span of 3 to Mischievous Emma on the go. And La Papis at the rail a quarter mile away as they run to the top of the stretch, and Rabble takes them off the turn. It's Rabble just in front as they round the turn and run for home. Guide My Steps chasing from the inside with 200 yards to go. And Libby's Gambit trying to reel in the leader, but Rabble's going strong. And Rabble and Adrian Castellanos go on to take the opener. They'll win it by 4. Libby's Gambit second, Guide My Steps to La Papis, Mischievous Emma, and Inzaway at the tail. Running time 1:10 and 65 100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the first race today. Finishing first, it's number 2, Rabble. Second was number 4, Libby's Gambit. Third, number 3, Guide My Steps. And fourth, number 1, La Papis. Running time of the race once again, 1:10 and 65 100 seconds. First race today, the neutral purse. Results for the first race official. The official winner, number 2, Rabble. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Rabble. Rabble is owned by Lori Kimmerly and Eliana Thompson. The winning trainer, Jorge Rosales, and the winning pilot, Adrian Castellanos. A 4-year-old, Dark Bay or Brown Filly by Mastery from Mystery Tell. She was sired by Medaglia de Oro. Bred in Kentucky by 4 Pillars Holdings, LLC. Here's a look at the prices for the first. Winner number 2, Rabble, comes home to return $778 to win $386 to place $226 across the board. Number 4, Libby's Gambit, $418 to place $240 to show. Number 3, Guide My Steps, third, $210 on the show ticket. Winning exacta, $14.77. 50-cent trifecta, $11.74. 10-cent super, $3.06. Coming up, the second race today, it's a distance of 1 mile, the Michelob Ultra Purse. Number 2, They See Me Do It, has been scratched. Scratch. Number 2, They See Me Do It. Number 6, Hot Betty, will carry 2 pounds over. 2 over for number 6, Hot Betty. Post time for the second race coming up at 2:16. 19 minutes until post time. Race fans, today in the park is our final family fun day of the season. It's presented by Leaf Guard. We have free face painting, bounce houses, and sidewalk chalk. Plus, a little bit later on today, it'll be the final kids race of the season. All kids 12 and under invited to race on the track after the 4th race today. All participants will receive a free ice cream. Please gather in the park area at 3 p.m. if you want to take part in the kids' race. And race fans, be sure to join us for breakfast at the Wire on Saturday, August the 15th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. It'll be conducted near the Paddock Grill. Admission is free, plus you'll receive a free breakfast item. Breakfast at the Wire, Saturday, August 15th.
Second race, Emerald Downs Michelob Ultra Purse, 1 mile for 3-year-olds and up, fillies and mares. A field of 5 in here, scratch the 2. Once again, a family fun day here at Emerald Downs, and we're going to have a kids race on the track after thoroughbred race number 4. The horses in the 4th That'll be our top race of the day, our feature. And the kids should be congregating in the park right around 3 p.m. and get that chance to run down the Emerald Downs Oval, where the 91st running of the Long Acres Mile, the dramatic part of the race, will be taking place in front of the grandstand 7 days from today. Yeah, kids race after the 4th. Get there in the park around 3 p.m. and get ready for that. Let's take a look at the horses for race number 2. Again, we're going to go a mile, and Faye Alana, the morning line favorite, she can run a mile. She just finished second as the favorite to Janie, and she was a few lengths in front of Rocky Sense. That race on July 11th, so that was 4 weeks ago. Rocky Sense is number 3 in here today. Faye Alana, not a winner at the distance, but 4 out of 7 in the top 3, John, and she ran pretty well down at Turf Paradise a couple of times at the distance. Her one career victory, this being a non-winners of 2 condition, is a sprint.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, last race she was second to Janie. She was favored that day, 3 wide on both turns, and she ran a good race. She just ran into a horse that was a little better than her. As we've talked a million times, she does draw the rail today, so she can save ground around that first turn. And also, she has a little more tactical speed than she showed last time. They were moving pretty good up front early there, so moving to the inside, facing a slightly easier field, and all those are positive. She's going to be one of the main contenders, clearly.
Kevin Orozco returns to ride for trainer Victor Trujillo. Orozco had that win aboard Faye Alana. Actually, that win was at Emerald Downs in a sprint. Maiden victory. Again, non-winners at 2 condition. And Janie has been, Faye Alana has been in the top 3 in 2 out of 3 against winners after the maiden win. So she's competed well. 1 hole, scratch the 2. There's number 3, Rocky Sense, and she likes the distance, John.
Yeah, and as I mentioned last race, she was up close to that pace, and they were moving along pretty good. They went 22-4, 46-1 for 4,000, 5,000 non-winners of 2. That's moving. I don't know if she can get loose on the lead here. She was able to do that at the end of last year and go wire to wire. She's quick early. There are a couple other horses coming off sprints, but if she can get loose on the lead, she definitely is a threat. But she loves routing. Her route record's outstanding.
Right. Boy, she goes 2 turns. She gets right into the race and hangs in there. Coco Patino runner with Kevin Krieger aboard. Krieger has ridden her in several routes. Sweet Smile. There's a 3-year-old filly by Smiling Tiger that's on her toes. She did have a maiden win here at Emerald Downs earlier at the meeting.
Yeah, and she's been facing much tougher horses. Last race I had her stumbling at the start. It maybe cost her a length and a half, and then she moved up while 3 wide and got a little tired there. The race before that, she chased a super hot pace. Storm Harbor was in there, Empirical. Those horses are really quick early. If she breaks cleanly today, I think she's the quickest early. We know that Tim McCann Barn likes to be pretty aggressive in the routes and put their horses on the lead. We'll see if that happens.
Sweet Smile, a daughter of Smiling Tiger, going 2 turns for the first time. Number 5, Lots of Kitty, is 1 for 1 at the distance. That was 2 weeks ago.
You know, she broke sharp that day, drew an outside draw, and just kind of sat right off the lead there, and then was able to cruise home for a nice win. She's probably not as quick as those horses inside of her, but she's 1 for 1 routing, and she has a nice style and, you know, on the improve.
And Silvio Amador returns for Vince Gibson. Hot Betty on the outside. She ran a mile behind Faye Alana and Rocky Sense 4 weeks ago, and she sprinted since then. She's back to a mile for Elodio Madrigal, and Mauricio Avila, an apprentice, is aboard. On the track for the 2nd.
And the horses take the track for the second race today, a distance of 1 mile. It's the Michelob Ultra Purse, claiming event purse of $9,000. It's for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 2, They See Me Do It, has been scratched. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Coming up on race number 2 at Emerald Downs, and this is a 1 mile start right in front of the grandstand. 1 mile distance, 3-year-olds and up fillies and mares, scratch number 2. Let's head up to Tom for his selection in the second.
All right, Joe, as we get set for the second race mile, I'll look to number 4, Sweet Smile. Frank Alvarado has the call. This one posting a good maiden win a few races back, has been up against some pretty tough rivals. Lots of Kitty is fresh off that game maiden score in the last and could come right back here. I go 4, 5, and 1 here in the second.
Yeah, Sweet Smile, I can see some interest there, and many others do too in the wagering at this point. It's her first start around 2 turns with a drop in class. John?
I'm going to try Sweet Smile also. Last race, in the last 2 races, she's faced much tougher horses. There's a fair amount of speed in this race. Rocky Sense and Lots of Kitty have route speed, and Hot Betty and Sweet Smile are sprinter speed. But I think she'll find a way to maybe control this race. We'll see if that's the case and go 2 turns in her first try and win.
Okay, and she's expected to be under even money at post time. I'm going to take Rocky Sense, who gets her second route race at the current meeting. Just a series of good races at this distance for Rocky Sense. She's generally right in the race all the way and certainly can hang tough at a mile. So I think she'll benefit from that last. I'll go 3. John and Tom go 4 in the second.
ladies and gentlemen, there is a late overweight on today's program. Looking ahead to the 7th race, number 3, Cheekwood, will now carry 2 pounds over. 2 over for number 3, Cheekwood, in the 7th race today. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 2nd. Field set to load for the 2nd race at a mile. The Michelob Ultra Purse. Fayalana, first one to go up. Here comes the gray Rocky Sens. Now Sweet Smile goes to join them. Lots of Kitty, one from the outside. Hot Betty outside post will be the last one to enter. Emerald starter Mark Gibson will send them on their way. And runners away. It was a good start for Lots of Kitty, hustled off the mark. Sweet Smile and Rocky Sense, they broke together as they make the sweep to the Mount Rainier turn, and Sweet Smile emerging from between horses to take the early lead, but Lots of Kitty is right there to run with her from the outside, and those two match up in the immediate going. They've spanned clear 3 from racing third. Rocky Sense, then we'll drop back another 3 to Fayalana and Hot Betty at the till, 5/8 of a mile to journey, 22.91. Opening fraction, Sweet Smile the leader. Lots of Kitty shadowing from the outside. We'll drop back 5 to Rocky Sense holding third. Fayalana is next, and Hot Betty at the back as they race to the far turn and into the turn, 3/8 of a mile away now. Sweet Smile takes them through a half in 45 and 99 100ths, and she lengthens the stride now. Sweet Smile is opened up by a half dozen. Lots of Kitty backpedals to second. Rocky Sense gaining at the rail. Fayalana's called on from back of the pack, and Hot Betty's far back. They round the turn and head for home. And it's all Sweet Smile to take them inside the final furlong, opened up by nearly a half dozen, but Rocky Sense tries to carve into the margin. But in deep stretch, it's all Sweet Smile and Frank Alvarado. They're clear by daylight to win it. Fayalano jumps in second to Rocky Sense third. Lots of Kitty back of that and Hot Betty. Running time for the mile was 1:39 and 4/100ths. An official order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the second race today. Finishing first, number 4, Sweet Smile. Second was number 1, Fayalana. Third, number 3, Rocky Sense. And fourth, number 5, Lots of Kitty. Time for the mile once again, 1:39 and 4/100ths. Second race was the Michelob Ultra Purse. Results for the second race official. The official winner, number 4, Sweet Smile. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Sweet Smile. She's owned by Tim McKenna and Ann McLennan. The winning trainer is Tim McKenna, and the winning jockey, Frank Alvarado. Sweet Smile, a 3-year-old bay filly by Smiling Tiger. From Fragrant Harbor, she was sired by Harbor the Gold. Bred in California by Charlie Dunn, Al Hodge, and Ray McKenna. Here's a look at the prices for the second race. Winner number 4, Sweet Smile, returning $4.04 to win, $2.22 to place, $2.10 to show. Number 1, Fayalana, $2.48 to place, $2.12 to show. Number 3, Rocky Sense, $2.80 on the show ticket. Winning exacta, $3.81. Early double, $7.87. 50-cent trifecta, $9.23. The 10-cent super, $1.89. Coming up, the third race today, it's the happy 80th birthday John Fedoric Purse. A distance of 5 furlongs. Reminder that number 1, El Cid, has been scratched. Scratch, number 1, El Cid. Number 2, Nathan Knows Best, will carry 1 pound over. Number 4, Polar Patrol to carry 1 pound over. Number 5, Riker's Heat will carry 1 pound over. and race with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 5, Rikers Heat at 1 pound over. Post time for the third race coming up at 2:44. Less than 19 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget Championship Sunday is just 1 week away. We'll have 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time is 1:50. The gates open at 11:30 a.m. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1 p.m. Get your tickets today at EmeraldDowns.com. Don't forget, today in the park, our final family fun day of the season. It's presented by Leaf Guard. We have free face painting, bounce houses, and sidewalk chalk. And today is our final kids race of the season. All kids 12 and under invited to race on the track after the 4th race. All participants will receive a free ice cream. Be sure to gather in the park area at 3 p.m. to take part in today's kids race.
horses in the paddock for race number 3. 2-year-old maiden Colts and Geldings here in the 3rd. So a first career victory coming up for one of our youngsters, babies as they're known. 2 first-time starters, number 3, Prince of Shadows, number 6, Kenley's Secret Bow. And it's the happy 80th birthday to John Fedoruk. Purse, happy birthday to John. Scratch the 1 out of the 3rd here. Number 1, El Cid is out. So we're looking there at Nathan Knows Best. And he debuted at this 25,000 claiming level 3 weeks ago and ran well. 7-horse field and had the lead early, hung tough in the stretch. Beaten a little bit late there, John. What did you see about Nathan Knows Best's career debut?
Well, a couple things. Out of the gate, he veered in sharply and steadied, but he recovered real quickly, moved up to force the pace and got a little tired. But this is a barn that tends to race him into shape, so the fact that he showed good early speed his first start and ran really well, I think, is a very positive for him, because, like as I mentioned, they tend to get better with racing, and that early speed and the inside draw is super potent at 5 furlongs. We know that.
Yep, good speed after just not a perfect start for Nathan Knows Best. Frank Alvarado's aboard today as Blake Nunnally goes to a Jennifer Nunnally runner. There's the 2, son of Jake LeGold out of Top Tizzy. Top Tizzy won 15 races, the dam of Nathan Knows Best. And she's had only one other previous foal to start. Number 3 is Prince of Shadows, one of the 2 first-time starters. And Dad's Cap is the sire. Dad's Cap, of course, the sire of Capit Daddy. Very prominent horse here at Emerald Downs, starting late last year and throughout this season. In fact, Capit Daddy is a nominee to the Longacres Mile next Sunday. He is a nomination. The Dam, Sea of Red, she didn't win on the track, but 3 of her 4 previous starters have won.
Yeah, whenever we see Dad's Caps, we kind of take an extra look at it up here because of Capit Daddy and some others. And this horse's work pattern's really well. He's bred to have speed. He appears to be outworking his stablemate. I'm not sure if they've been working together. We'll talk about the stablemate a little bit later. And has a weight break. And if he has any of the Dad's Caps and the work's ready and has early speed, that's going to be pretty nice.
Right. Prince of Shadows from Jennifer Nunnally. Talia Timontois aboard. He's getting an eyeful of the crowd there. First time starter, the 3. Polar Patrol ran a couple of times down in Phoenix, and one of those was against Caps and Carnage, who we know is a spectacular 2-year-old juvenile. Colton Gelding, stake winner, undefeated 4 for 4, and then the break, and then a good race at Emerald Downs.
Yeah, and that was a big effort. It looked like he probably was going to win that race, but just kind of got outfinished late. But he showed good early speed, was in contention throughout, and just ran well. And obviously, at this level, this is probably where he fits, and he's going to be one of the main favorites, and maybe the horse to beat off that effort.
Yeah, he just edged out Nathan Knows Best. They were both in that same race of July 19th. There's a look at Polar Patrol by Maximum Security out of a Curlin mare. Dam was not a starter, has produced a previous winner. There's the 5, Rikers Heat. Blinkers on for Sergio Perez, and a drop from maiden special weight.
Yeah, he ran last week, and in that race, I thought he was climbing on the backstretch. He was behind horses. I'm guessing that's why the blinkers went on. He didn't like dirt kicked in his face. Obviously, he dropped from maiden special weight to claiming is always a positive, and blinkers on might show a little more early speed, too.
Rikers Heat, Adrian Castellanos today. Kenley's Secret Bow goes to the track for Jennifer Nunnally by Raised to Secret out of Bow Rocks. The Dam won 10 races. This is her first foal from the family of Bow Mischief and Bow Trando. Blake Nunnally goes there, and Cupid Express on the outside, a second-time starter from the barn of Coco Patino, and he was in that Candy Charmer race as well. We're on the track for the 3rd.
And the horses are on the track for the third race today. The third race, a distance of 5 furlongs. The happy 80th birthday, John Federic purse. Maiden claiming event, purse of $16,000 for maiden 2-year-olds. Reminder that number 1, El Cid, has been scratched. And a reminder that number 5, Riker's Heat, races with blinkers on. Post time in 6 minutes.
Coming up on the third at Emerald Downs, 4 minutes to post, 2-year-old maidens. And we're going to have a couple of 2-year-old stakes races next Sunday here at Emerald Downs, part of Championship Sunday, the WTBOA Lads and Lassies. For now, we're going to sprint 5 furlongs. 2 first-time starters, number 3, Prince of Shadows, number 6, Kenley's Secret Bow. And both the first-time starters from the barn of Jennifer Nunley. Let's head up to Tom.
Well, Joe, it looks like I land on a favorite here once again. Number 4, Polar Patrol and Kevin Krieger. This one just missed by a head's margin in the last one. It was a hearty stretch battle there right to the finish at 5 furlongs and just came up a little bit short behind Candy Charmer in that race. You look back earlier in the year to this one, back at Turf Paradise, placed 5th in the Open Spring Futurity, a $46,000 event. But look who won that race,
Yeah.
Caps and Carnage, who we just saw what that one could do here just a little while ago. So I got to go with Polar Patrol. I think that he's been in some pretty tough spots early on. Kenley's Secret Bow has steady workouts for the debut. And Prince of Shadows, number 3, to round out my top 3. This one has been working solid, has a good bullet work to the credit as well. So I go 4, 6, and 3 here in the third.
Okay, 4 on top. Yeah, Polar Patrol, really good start off that brief 2-year-old break. And he is expected to be less than even money. John?
I'm going to try number 5, Riker's Heat. As I mentioned last week when this horse ran, he was in behind horses going to the turn, and he just didn't seem real comfortable. Now he drops in price, adds blinkers, and gets an outside draw. And if I'm right, he didn't like dirt kicking in his face. I'm guessing they're going to be aggressive with him and try and put him near the lead, and we'll see if that's the case. Give him a call in a tough heat.
Yep, blinkers on. Riker's Heat, maiden special weight to maiden claiming drop. And I went a third option, number 2, Nathan Knows Best, who showed good juvenile speed in his only start despite not a perfect beginning. Nathan Knows Best was beaten 2.5 lengths going 5 furlongs. That's the distance today. I'm on the 2, Tom's on the 4, John's on the 5 here in the third.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the third. Happy 80th birthday, John Fedoruk Purse. Thanks for celebrating with us here today. Third race named in your honor as we get set. Nathan Knows Best, first one to go. Prince of Shadows will move in alongside. Polar Patrol, the odds-on choice, currently at 4-5. Riker's Heat standing by, looks it over. Gate crew working to get Polar Patrol settled in the gate. Now comes Riker's Heat. Kenley's Secret Bow. And Cupid Express under Javier Matias. Now the third. All set. And runners away. Good start at the inside for Nathan Knows Best. Quick off the mark. Polar Patrol in the pursuit early on. Here comes Prince of Shadows picking up room along the rail. There's a break of two back to Riker's Heat. Cupid Express sets to the outside of that. Still three to Kenley's Secret Bow. Around the turn they go. Nathan Knows Best is just in front of Prince of Shadows from the outside. Polar Patrol, the favorite, just back of the lead pair with a quarter mile to go. Cupid Express gathered up, moving well on the outside. They round the turn and head for home. On the inside, Nathan Knows Best scoots away by a length and a half or two. Prince of Shadows chasing. Polar Patrol center of the course, but Nathan Knows Best opening clear. And Nathan Knows Best and Frank Alvarado will prevail. They win it by 3. Polar Patrol finishing second to Riker's Heat. Cupid Express followed. Prince of Shadows and Kenley's Secret Bow. Time of the race, 58 and 77 100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the Totalizator board for the third race today. First, it was number 2, Nathan Knows Best. Second came number 4, Polar Patrol. The photo showed number 5, Riker's Heat, finishing third. Number 7, Cupid Express, was fourth. Once again, the running time was 58 and 77 100ths. The third race today was the Happy 80th Birthday John Fedoruk Purse. Happy birthday to John. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Nathan Knows Best. Owned by Rancho Viejo and Antonio Martinez. The winning trainer is Rigoberto Velasquez. Score that a riding double for jockey Frank Alvarado. A 2-year-old bay colt by Jake LeGold from Top Tizzy. She was sired by Top Hit. Bred here in Washington by Antonio Martinez. And a look at the prices for the third race. Winner number 2, Nathan Knows Best. $868 to win, $322 to place, $240 on the show. Number 4, Polar Patrol, $214 to place, $210 to show. Number 5, Rikers Heat, $2.50 on the show ticket. The winning exacta, $9.46. The rolling double, $12.63. 50-cent trifecta, $9.38. 10-cent super, $15.95. The early pick 3 returns $28.12. Coming up, the fourth race today, it's the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the fourth race. Post time for the fourth race coming up at 3:12. 19 minutes until post time. And race fans, it's time for the Muckleshoot Casino Owner of the Week Award, and this week's honor goes to Joe Crawford, who won last Friday's $24,000 starter allowance feature with recent claim Gigi's Map. That one led gate to wire for a 1.5-length victory. Crawford began the week with a record of 3-6-2 in just 14 starts on the season. Tip of the hat to Joe Crawford, our owner of the week. And the Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week goes to Isaiah Leon of the Steve Bullock Barn. Isaiah grooms calm, cool, and collected, winner of his second straight race last Sunday. Congratulations to Isaiah Leon, our Groom of the Week. And at this time, we'd like to ask all the youngsters 12 and under taking part in today's kid race to be sure and gather at the check-in point in the park area. Moms, dads, if you have your youngsters that want to participate in the run down the track, be sure to gather in the park at this time. It's our final kids race of the season, and of course, there's ice cream involved, free ice cream after the race. So be sure and take part in that. If you're 12 and under, you're invited to race the track here at Emerald Downs. It's all in part of the celebration of Family Fun Day at the races. This is the final one of the season. It's been presented by Leaf Guard. We have free face painting, bounce houses, and sidewalk chalk for the kids. Special thanks to Leaf Guard.
Back to the paddock for race number 4, our Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. And for that kids race coming up, time for the kids to congregate in the park area and get ready. But we've got some very promising, mostly younger thoroughbreds here. Blaine Wright joining me. He is in charge of Lead the Charge, who is a maiden no longer, Blaine, one of the best maidens in the West for a few weeks there, months, but he blasted that out of the picture, and now you're moving on to bigger and better things.
Yeah, we always thought he was a nice horse. Took him a while to get his maiden broke, but you know, sometimes it just takes a while for him to learn. He ran some winning races, just got beat, you know. Sometimes you just take a deep breath and keep going.
Yeah, and the horses that beat him a couple times earlier this year were running well subsequently. Any thought of nominating him to the Muckleshoot Derby, because he did run very well in the Gottstein last year?
We would have, however, he come out of this last race with a bit of foot infection, and I missed some training, and I couldn't really try to get him ready to go the distance. So we were able to get one breeze into him last week, and we're just hoping to run him a couple times before the meet ends.
Okay, so going good now, and boy, he can move. He's going a little bit farther, 6.5. Silvio knows him well, so just leave it up to Silvio.
Yeah, most of it depends on how this horse acts in the post parade. He's gotten better with time. We took the blinkers off him, and generally the family's always been real nervous types. Bella, Mia, Miss Bella. I've had quite a few of them, and they all are run a little bit hot, but he always got a little bit hotter than they did and seemed to have his mind work too much. So last time and the time before, he really put it together in the post parade, and we've seen the results.
Blaine Wright has won the Long Acres Mile, and he's also tasted a couple of bitter stretch runs as well, with horses running very well and not quite making it all the way to the wire. You know, you've taken the good with the bad and done so well in stakes here, and you've got what, you know, perceivably the best horse at the track this year in See That Tiger. Outstanding race in the Governors. You know, he hasn't won going 2 turns, but it's not like he's run poorly in those 2-turn races.
Yeah, I mean, he's a horse kind of like, you know, we always envisioned him. I'm hoping he'll be like Kid Catabatic. You know, that horse was a superior miler. He ran a good last year in the Derby. Maybe Silvio pushed the button a little too soon. I don't know. Probably more distance than he wants. In the Futurity, you know, we were up against it. I had to train him up to the race, and I think he was 7 weeks in between his maiden race and that's always a tough thing to do. This year, things have clicked for him. We'll go in there, cross our fingers, give it our best shot.
I'm sure you will. Blaine Wright with some great efforts from his barn in the history of the Long Acres Mile, and See That Tiger could be certainly one of the favorites next Sunday. Good luck, Blaine.
All right, thanks a million.
Thank you. Blaine Wright saddling lead the charge here in the 4th today. And yeah, a sprinter that was, as Blaine said, was beaten a couple times, but again, those horses have run well since then, and he's just very tactical.
Yeah, and all those races, he ran figures that would easily have won. He just ran into a horse that ran a little better. And last race, he put it all together with a wire-to-wire win. It's a little tougher company, however. Of course, he's going from maiden to winners.
Impassable is going to be first to the track with Frank Alvarado, coming off a really good race.
Yeah, last race he had some trouble at the start. I don't know if it affected him too much because he comes from far behind, but he fished strongly in a fast heat for the level at 6.5. Maybe 6.5 is his distance. We'll see if he can get the job done today with the stretch run.
Midnight Tiger is a maiden breaker as well, like Lead the Charge, and he has been very impressive.
Yeah, him and Charlie Neal ran head-and-head all the way through the stretch, one race back, and he got edged. He came back with another nice score. He'll be up on the lead early also.
Steve Henson, runner at Midnight Tiger, after a claim. Kevin Krieger. Charlie Neal had that big upset win, but then he proved that he can run a good third last time out. Smoking some kind of outlaw on the outside for DJ McPhee. A field of 5 go to the track for the Muckleshoot Casino Resort purse.
And the horses take the track for the 4th race today, a distance of 6 1/2 furlongs. It's the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. An allowance event purse of $24,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Coming up on race number 4, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse and allowance for 3 and 4-year-olds here, 6.5 furlongs, and horses that have impressed at this meeting. Midnight Tiger and Lead the Charge coming off maiden victories, and they've been impressive in those divisions. Let's hear from Tom on his selection.
Well, first off, Joe, good job on the score with Nathan Knows Best. You were right on it.
Okay, thank you for that. I broke through and joined you guys with a winner today.
Well, in this 4th race, this is a pretty nice group of 3 and 4-year-olds, as you mentioned, 6.5 furlongs, talented group here. I'll give the edge to Impassable at the inside. This one, I think, will close the deal here today. Draws that inside post position, comes off of that nice effort in the last one at 6.5 furlongs. That was behind Nightline, who posted a 1:15.4 that day. So coming out of a pretty scrappy race there is Impassable. And right now, Impassable at 8-5, pretty close in the wagering, with number 4 Lead the Charge, who's also garnering big attention, and deservedly so. A pretty strong resume for that one as well. I used Some Kind of Outlaw as my second selection here. I went 1, 5, and 4. I think the race comes down to those 3 here in the 4th.
Okay, Impassable on top, coming off his best race of the meeting. Very good closing second behind Nightline at today's distance. John.
I'm going to try Impossible also. I think there's a fair amount of speed in this race, and last race he finished really well, and as Tom mentioned, a really fast time. He's coming back in a couple weeks, but if he can repeat it, and you look at his race from last year when he ran second to Captain Daddy, that was a big effort. I'm hoping for another one.
Yeah, he has a couple of really fine runner-up finishes the last 2 years, and then as a juvenile, he was stakes place twice, so the quality is there, and he might get that pace to run down. I did put him second. I thought Lead the Charge just runs good race after good race. He's always a horse to beat. Finally got that maiden win, and he should be pretty tough in here. I'm on the 4, John and Tom on the 1 in the 4th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the fourth. Fourth race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. There's an overhead look from the Emerald Downs drone, piloted by Captain Louis DeFazio, as always. Terrific view from back of the starting gate. They'll break out of the backstretch chute onto the main oval. And the field just about set to load. Impassable settled in inside post. Midnight Tiger moves in right alongside. Here's Charlie Neal up to the mark. Lead the Charge next one. And Some Kinda Outlaw last to load. Now they're in. All set. And runners away. Lead the Charge came away fast. Middle of the pack, here goes Midnight Tiger. Out of the chute onto the main oval they go. Charlie Neal just back of the lead pair. A length to Some Kinda Outlaw from the outside. Impassables at the tail as they race up the backstretch with Midnight Tiger blazing the trail, and the leader by a length and a half. Lead the Charge is right behind with Charlie Neal holding third. Impassable is gaining at the inside, and Some Kinda Outlaws, they take it into the far turn. 22-21 first fraction. Midnight Tiger at the inside and lead the Charge. Now they go stride for stride. Charlie Neal is poised in third. Impassable back of that at the rail. And Some Kinda Outlaw with a quarter mile to go. They run to the top of the stretch. Midnight Tiger just in front. Lead the Charge is right there battling on. Impassable chasing. And from the outside, Charlie Neal. Some Kinda Outlaws at the tail. They're in deep stretch now. Lead the Charge on the outside. Charlie Neal. These two slug it out to the wire. Charlie Neal up to win it. Lead the Charge second, back to Impassable with Midnight Tiger and Some Kinda Outlaw. Running time was a fast minute 15 and 69 100ths. First two finishers on the board. Finishing first, it's number 3, Charlie Neal. Second was number 4, Lead the Charge. Photo for the show position. Once again, the running time was a minute 15 and 69 100 seconds. Photo showing number 2, Midnight Tiger. Finishing third, number 1, Impassable, was fourth. The fourth race today was the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Results for the fourth race official. The official winner, number 3, Charlie Neal. Into the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Charlie Neal. Owned by Sue and Tim Spooner, trained by Dan Markle. Alex Cruz on board for the winning ride. Charlie Neal's a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Grayson from Amira J. She was sired by Sky Mesa. Bred in California by Nick Alexander. And a look at the prices for the fourth race. Winner number 3, Charlie Neal, $9.88 to win. $4.34 to place, $3.52 to show. Number 4, Lead the Charge, $3.52 to place, $2.96 to show. Number 2, Midnight Tiger, $4 to show. The Exacta, $13.62. Rolling Double, worth $26.29. 50-cent trifecta, $31.84. 10-cent super, $7.52. Winning pick 3, $47.02. And the early pick 4, $193.67. Time to go trackside to the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle. Here's Joe Withy.
Thank you, Tom. Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse, Charlie Neal, one of the real success stories at the meeting. Lengthy layoff. Dan Markle has brought him back for 2 wins and a solid third. Alex Cruz aboard for Tim and Sue Spooner. And yeah, Dan, what'd you think of him a couple months before he raced this year?
I'd have sold him for $500. He was dropping riders left and right, and Alex, he stepped up and helped me get him lined out, and it's all been worth it.
Very much so. Huge effort in his maiden win, and then a good race last time out. Alex got to know him a bit in getting on him in the morning and in that last race, Alex, and you had him in a perfect spot today.
Yeah, like Dan said, this horse was pretty wild in the morning. We've been working with him since he got here. He was dropping rider. I saw him and I said, I was curious, I wanna get this on this horse. And he started liking me and listening me. I was just me taking him in the morning, start meeting him, he's really comfy. And I told Dan, this horse have talent. Don't sell that he has talent.
Well, the talent showed today, of course, and again, you had him in the good spot, and he won the battle. It was a fight down the stretch. Congratulations to the Spooners, Dan Markle, Alex Cruz. It is Charlie Neal in our feature race.
There's a look at that photo for the show position in today's fourth race. Coming up next, it'll be the kids' race on the track. It's the final one of the season here at Emerald Downs. They'll race down the home stretch all the way to the finish line, and then there's a free ice cream waiting for them at the winner's circle. Now, when they start out of that starting gate, we want to send them off to the roar of the crowd. So get ready to cheer them on. And kids away. They come flying off the mark. There's a whole lot of them on the front end and on the back end and all around, and we have a really nice finish here. Couple that tumbled, but they bounced right back up, and they're still going. Let's root them home. All ages 12 and under. They're giving it their all today. A big finish in the final kids race of the season here at Emerald Downs. They're still running. We still have a few out there that are dashing to the finish line. And, of course, there's going to be free ice cream waiting at the winner's circle. How about a nice round of applause for our racing kids down the stretch? There's another look at it. It was over pretty fast. Well, among the top contenders, let's say, but we had a large field there, lots of traffic. But they got through it, each and every one. Congratulations to all of our kid racers today. It's all part of our Family Fun Day here at Emerald Downs. It's been presented by Leaf Guard this season, proud sponsors of Family Fun Day and Family Fun Weekends. Don't forget the kids can enjoy free face painting, bounce houses, and sidewalk chalk out in the park area today. Once again, presented by Leaf Guard. In the upcoming fifth race today, the Budweiser purse at 6 furlongs. Number 4, Social Status, will race with the blinkers on. Blinkers on number 4, Social Status. Number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor, will race without blinkers. There'll be no blinkers for number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor. Post time for the fifth race coming up at 3:49. We're just over 20 minutes away.
And back above the paddock before race number 5 here at Emerald Downs, the 5th race, a sprint for fillies and mares. And we're going to start a pick 4 right here, races 5 through 8. We've got the jackpot pick 6 upcoming. That'll be races 6 through 11. Little carryover growing there, $3,200 in the jackpot pick 6. So let's take a look at the horses for race 5. Bobby's Genie, you know, John, she's just got that little dark mark that she's 0 for 13 at 6 furlongs. We've seen her sprint quite well this year. She just has the one victory, but a number of good efforts.
Yeah, she's pretty quick early. In last race, Simply Grace was able to sprint clear from everybody early and not look back there. And as you mentioned, she hasn't been able to win at 6 furlongs, but she's always in the battle. She tries hard every time. She draws the rail today, so I'm guessing the connections will probably try and use that rail to their advantage. We'll see if that's the case. And I know the rider officially is on $4.99, if that's, I'm not correct there.
Yeah, Kevin Orozco up for trainer Vince Gibson. Yeah, Bobby's Genie, 8 career wins, so she has been a very effective sprinter. Her win at Emerald Downs this year was at 5.5 furlongs. She beat Ms. Flashy Harbor. She's outrun Ms. Flashy Harbor recently as well. Ms. Flashy Harbor number 5 in here. Bobby's Genie with Kevin Orozco for Vince Gibson. Above average, new to Emerald Downs this year. She's in the barn of Mark Cloutier. And just a successful career up at Hastings in Vancouver in 6.5 mile and a 16th races. And at Emerald Downs this year, 2 seconds in 3 starts. Now, she was unplaced in her most recent, but just a little time off there. She's been off about 4 weeks now, but second to La Push and second right off the bench from off the pace. So at the 10,000 level, another hard hitter in here.
Yeah, and I think you can ignore her last start. She broke the starting gate open, and that can just, you know, mentally kind of ruin a horse when it happens, because they hit that gate, and then all of a sudden they're racing, and it's be a mess. Her race 1 back, as you mentioned, was an excellent second to La Push, and even her close third in Hastings earlier back in May was a big effort there. It was May of last year, of course, against some pretty tough sprinters. So she's going to be in the battle right from the start. She has a couple excuses this year.
There she is. She is a BC bred by Rallis, a Square Eddie stallion. Number 3 is Prancin' Lady, who has 2 sprint wins here last year and a sprint win here this year. She's coming off an unplaced race. Just kind of uncharacteristic there for her, but little slight drop in class.
Yeah, I had her checking sharply after being crowded on mid-backstretch, so I think you can kind of explain why she ran so poorly. Now, her previous race was a really nice win. That was a lot easier company. She's facing multiple winners in this race today, and so even if you go back to that race June 19th, she's still going to have to improve off that race, but I think you can safely ignore her last start.
Yeah, that was a non-winners of 3 victory on June 19th. Steve Fisher, trainee, and Frank Alvarado back aboard. Social Status had those 2 wins in a row, one from just off the pace, another on the lead, dominant. She dominated her field, and not a bad race behind Miss Union. And then that Olivian race, which is just kind of hard to explain because Olivian just kicked everybody's rear end on July 25th, some horses that were on good form.
Yeah, and it was fast all the way around. I mean, as you can see, they ran 21-1, 44 flat, and this horse broke a little slowly, and she was wide, and she has the blinkers again, too, because she had been wearing blinkers all the way prior to that race and running well, and they took them off, and that didn't work. Guess what? They're back on today. And we saw flying by the second and the third place horse, Clubhouse Drama, and the fourth place horse, Highlight, come back and run huge yesterday. So a lot of positives. I think you can throw her last race out also.
Yeah, tough field last time out for Social Status, and yeah, 2 wins, 2 sprint victories at this meeting. She's in the barn of Jose Puentes, and Kevin Krieger is up. He has a win aboard her this year. There's the 5, Ms. Flashy Harbor going to the track. Wow, just a real honest mare by a barrage. She hasn't picked up a win this year. but 4 out of 5 in the top 3 for trainer Steve Bullock. Alex Cruz up on the track for the 5th.
Dan Harrington's call to post for the 5th race today. It's the Budweiser purse at 6 furlongs. A claiming event, purse of $16,000. It's for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 4, Social Status, will race with blinkers on. And a reminder that number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor, races without blinkers. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Race number 5 is next up at Emerald Downs. Rolling doubles, rolling pick 3s. New starts every race. And another pick 4 right here. Races 5 through 8. 50-cent pick 4. Fillies and mares at 6 furlongs. Bobby's Genie and Ms. Flashy Harbor, the 2 favorites currently. And it could end up that way. And both of them looking to break through at the 6 furlong distance. Been a little bugaboo, that particular distance win-wise in their careers. Let's head up to Tom.
Joe, I got to say, I was thrilled to be on Charlie Neal when he was 34-1. Then I was a little reluctant. In the next 2 races, I got to tell you, I'm no longer reluctant. He is a much better horse than I ever thought he was, and he really looked strong today. So congratulations to the connections there for Charlie Neal. Just had to get that out there.
Sure.
He ran a nice race. Turning the page to the 5th race, Bobby's Genie inside post, solid speed on the rail. Kevin Orozco looking to pick up his 500th career win. Could it be here? This one coming into this race after a solid runner-up in the last effort has been right there, placed nicely in the last 2 races. Pretty good record here at Emerald for Bobby's Genie. 10 starts with 2 victories, 3 seconds, a pair of thirds at 70% third or better. So I'll go with that one. Above average second selection here, and Social Status, a pretty speedy sort as well. 1, 2, and 4, my selections here in the 5th.
One on top, Bobby's Genie, and she's going to try and win at 6 furlongs. She's outrun a lot of sprinters here this season. John.
Yeah, you look at the dynamic morning line and you see 2 5-2s, a 3-1, a 7-2, and a 9-2, and I kind of agree. This was a pretty evenly matched field. I'm also going with Bobby Genie. I know she's 0 for 13 at 6 furlongs, but I think the connections are going to notice that, you know, she does her best running up on the lead, and I'm hoping they're real aggressive with her out of the gate today and try to put her on that lead, because when she does get loose on the lead, she's pretty formidable. We'll see if that scenario develops for her.
Yeah, she has 8 career victories, and I believe they're all at 5.5 furlongs or shorter. But again, a solid sprinter, gives it a good speedy effort every time out. I did put her second. I went with above average, tossing that last race, and the second to La Push, of course, looks really good. Some good races at Hastings. She's versatile, and on a drop in class should be sitting on a good effort with leading rider Silvio Amador for Mark Cloutier. I'm on the 2, John and Tom on the 1 here in the 5th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 5th. 5th race at 6 furlongs, the Budweiser Purse. Bobby's Genie, first one to go in. Alongside comes Above Average. Prancin' Lady, next one. Social Status strolls to the gate. Kevin Krieger dismounts from that one for the moment. Social Status steps right in. Jockey Kevin Krieger will climb aboard in the gate for that one, and in goes Miss Flashy Harbor. They are in the gate. And runners away. It was a good start for Prancin' Lady, quick off the mark. Social Status and moving through. Bobby's Genie now kicks on. Above average is right there. Length and a half back to Miss Flashy Harbor, who backs off the early pace. They're 5 front to back as they hustle midway up the back stretch. And Bobby's Genie shows the way by a length. Prancin' Lady is right behind with Social Status, prompted on from the outside, 3 off the rail. Above average finds room at the rail. Span of 3 to Miss Flashy Harbor, 21.97, fast opening quarter. Around the turn they go. Bobby's Genie takes them to the quarter pole in front by a length and a half. Above average is right behind as they round the turn and run for home. Bobby's Genie is the one to get with a furlong to go. Above average is chasing. Miss Flashy Harbor kicks in late at the rail. They head in deep stretch, and Bobby's Genie going on. Above average, one final surge, but Bobby's Genie will hang on and win it by a half. Above average was second. Miss Flashy Harbor third. Prancin' Lady and Social Status. Running time of the race was 1:09 and 36/100. Unofficial order of finish on the board. First, it's number 1, Bobby's Genie. Second was number 2, Above Average. Third, number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor. And fourth, number 3, Prancin' Lady. Once again, the running time, 1:09 and 36/100. The 5th race today was the Budweiser Purse. Results for the 5th race official. The official winner, number 1, Bobby's Genie. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Bobby's Genie. Owned by White Diamond Syndicate, Gary Crandall and Eric Nussel. Trained by Vince Gibson. And recording his 500th career victory, jockey Kevin Orozco. Bobby's Genie, a 6-year-old bay mare by Stanford from Genie's Genie. She was sired by Broken Vow. Bred in California by Michael Allen. And a look at the prices for the fifth race today. Bobby's Genie, 748 to win, 364, 242 across the board. Number 2 above average, 330 to place, 252 to show. Number 5, Miss Flashy Harbor, $2.40 on the show ticket. Winning exacta $10.97, rolling double $17.38, 50-cent trifecta $9.23, 10-cent super $4.51. The winning pick 3, $79.91. Coming up, the sixth race today, it's the Leaf Guard purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the sixth race. Post time set at 4:20, 22 minutes until post time. Race fans, don't forget we have one more dog day this season. That's on Sunday, August the 23rd. The Wiener Dogs and the Wiener Wannabes get their turn to race. Post time will be 1:50. It's presented by Pacifico. You can get your tickets at EmeraldDowns.com. Also join us Saturday, August the 15th for Hall of Fame Day at Emerald Downs. We'll have a special ceremony in front of the Winner's Circle at 1 p.m. The 2026 Washington Racing Hall of Fame inductees are Doug Moore in the Lifetime Achievement category, Maxwell G. in the Older Horse Division, Reba is tops in the Older Filly or Mare Division, and the Media Award will go to Mark Kaufman.
Moving right along on Sunday, once again, it's a family fun day. There's some great activities for the kids out in the park area this afternoon. And we're coming up on race number 6 at Emerald Downs. So this will be the start of our jackpot pick 6 carryover, $3,200 in the 10-cent jackpot pick 6 pool. This is the Leaf Guard purse. It's a sprint for 4-year-olds and upward. Just looking a little history there on the monitors, John. Background, you know, he gained into contention at the quarter pole, but when Wind Ribbon made that move, many of us thought, wow, this is going to an upset.
Yeah, in the Long Acres Mile, when you have the lead like Wind Ribbon took it into the stretch, you're normally not caught. And he still ran a game race. Just Background was a little more determined that day. And, of course, Rocco Bowen might have been even more determined than the horse because he sure wanted to get that win.
He most definitely did. Background winning that 2021 mile, and we've had the pleasure of seeing him this year back in Mike Puich's barn. 2 wins as a 9-year-old for Background at Emerald Downs this year, 5 years after that mile. All right, let's take a look at the runner's 6th race. Hadley's Honor has the inside going 6.5 for trainer George Rosales, and mostly a stretch runner. He did win earlier at the meeting, quite close to the pace, but on good form right now.
Yeah, he ran third to the favorite in this race, which we'll talk about in a little bit, number 6, Conroe Meadows. He was 3 wide on the turn, but he had a super hot pace to run into there. And, you know, the race before that, he also was wide, but again, he had a hot pace. So I think you trade off when you don't have a lot of early speed that if you have no pace, you're in trouble. But if you have a hot pace, you probably ran your race. So he's going to have to improve to beat Conrad Meadows, but he's consistent, he tries hard, and he'll be able to save ground. And 6.5 was the distance of his last win.
Okay, yeah. He has won at the distance, and he just has a good in-the-money percentage. So, especially at Emerald Downs, he's about 2/3 in the money here. George Rosales runner, Silvio Amador, up on Hadley's Honor. Number 2 is Olympic legend. Frank Alvarado does ride him today, and he's been unplaced in his last few. He does hold a sprint win here this year. He had that early rivalry back in the springtime with a great runner who he faces again today.
Yeah, and then after that, he had a couple trouble at the gate scenarios that just cost him significant lengths at the start. Now, last race he broke cleanly, and again, he was beaten by a couple others in here. We know he's capable of better efforts. Hopefully he can kind of get going on the right track because he's run some big races at Emerald in the past, just not recently.
Olympic legend, trained by Candy Kreiderman. And again, Frank Alvarado aboard. Generally gets right into the race in a sprint. As you mentioned, he did break well in his most recent, just a little bit of a wide trip. Conrad Meadows was pretty tough up front on July 24th. Olympic legend, a Kentucky bred by Street Boss. Number 3 is Toppers at Seaside for trainer Scott Tubbs. And he can sprint. He's coming off a series of route races, but you know, you look back at his 6.5 furlong races, he's got some good ones.
Yeah, and you can ignore his last start. He was almost 32-1 in that race. That was Starter Allowance Company, very tough horses. He was wide on both turns, and he was never in contention. And as you talked about, he has sprinted well. They were down in different racetracks, but if you're going to run third at Sunland Park in New Mexico or second in those races, you know that those are pretty quality sprinters down there too. We'll see what he does here. You know, he's a horse that'll be probably in contention throughout. He's not maybe quick enough to be on the lead, but he's going to be right there throughout.
And for that 5,000 tag, 5,000 claimer, pretty tough field for a $5,000 claiming race. Toppers at Seaside, Kevin Krieger for Scott Tubbs. Great runner is the 4, and we've seen him 4 times at Emerald Downs this year. It's been, a couple months. He didn't race in June or July, but when he raced here earlier this year, he was impressive.
Yeah, both his sprints were big efforts, including the race that he did beat Olympic legend at 6.5 from the 1 hole, because he did it out of the gate cleanly, but he powered into contention and just took command of that race late, and then came back in the next race, and they were at each other the whole stretch, and he got beat ahead. Obviously, he's been off a little bit here, but he does like the distance, and he's got good tactical speed, and has a rider that's very aggressive also early. A lot of positives for him.
Yeah, pretty good racehorse, as you mentioned, good at the distance. 3 for 4, 3 wins, 4 starts for a great runner at 6.5, and he's run some good 1 mile races as well. Alex Anaya up for George Rosales. Oh, What a Rush, the Ann Wisdom trainee. He got to the lead, not unexpected there. Did back out of it a little bit there, but it was a hot pace 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'd go more than hot pace. I'd go red hot pace. He goes 22-1, 45 flat at a mile. Those are Longacre miles fraction time, so he had every right to tire. His sprints, he has one sprinting. We'll see what he does here. This is a little easier company than he's been facing most of his career.
Yeah, route to sprint for Oh, What a Rush. Alex Cruz up. And there's the 6, Conrad Meadows. Really fine 5-year-old season, especially last time out.
Yeah, he was up on the pace, fell out of it, angled out, and drew away to a big win. Now he draws perfectly outside.
And Adrian Castellanos back up for Howard Gibson, the leading barn here at Emerald Downs. On the track for the 6th.
Horses are on the track for the 6th race today in the Leaf Guard purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. It's a claiming event, purse of $12,000 for 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Race number 6 is next. Once again, the start of our 10-cent jackpot pick 6, carryover $3,200. Kevin Krieger warming up Toppers at Seaside, an interesting option in here. He's been running a mile or longer consistently, but shortens up to 6.5. Good, tough field for the $5,000 claiming tag. Great runner there, coming off a little bit of a break. He's going to be back in action with Alex and I aboard. Let's head up to Tom.
All right, Joe, in this 6th race, the Leaf Guard purse, I'll go with number 6 here, Conrad Meadows. Conrad Meadows from that outside post position. Looks good for another. That last victory was pretty sharp, was a winner going away in the 6 furlong run, and steps in against similar at the 62.50 level here. Good speed off the mark. Outside horses do pretty well in the quick breaks, especially at this 6.5 juncture where they come out of the chute onto the main oval. So I'll go Conrad Meadows here. Hadley's Honor, second selection from the inside, was closing in on him in the last outing, and Toppers at Seaside to round out my top 3. Toppers at Seaside with a bit of a class edge coming into this one. 6, 1, and 3, my picks here in the 6th.
Okay, Conrad Meadows projected to go off at even money, and not that unsurprising. He's had a good meet, and he's really coming off probably his career best, John.
I agree with you, and I totally ignored him last time, and he was getting played, and I was just thinking I just didn't see too much in him, but I was impressed with his effort last time. He was up on the lead on the backstretch early. They were flying. He fell off the lead, angled out, which he had not done in the past, and blew right by everybody like a new racehorse. Now he draws outside. His connections could go to the lead. They could sit right off. He comes off a good effort. He's had, 2.5 weeks. We'd like a little bit more, but still everything seems to be all systems go for him. We'll see if he can get his 3rd win at Emerald this year.
He's won 3 straight years here, but he has never won 2 straight, but he is going to be a strong favorite to pull that off this afternoon. I'm with you guys. Conrad Meadows draws well and is on great form. We all like number 6 here in the 6th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 6th. Sixth race today, the Leaf Guard, purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Once again, out of the backstretch chute, then out onto the main oval as the field is set to load for this one. Hadley's Honor inside post, and here comes Olympic Legend. Now Toppers at Seaside. Great Runner goes to join them. Oh, What a Rush, one from the outside. And the even money choice, Conrad Meadows. Steps in. All set. Trouble in the Gate, number 5. Oh, What a Rush, rearing in the gate. And runners away. Conrad Meadows off to a great start from the outside. Oh, What a Rush is right there out of the chute, and onto the main oval they go. Great Runner is on the go, racing third, 3 parts of a length. Olympic Legend, Hadley's Honor is at the inside. Then we'll drop back 4 to Toppers at Seaside, who trails. They're 8 front to back with a half mile to journey. 21.89 fast opening fraction, and Conrad Meadows the leader by a length and a half. Oh, What a Rush right behind in second by the same. Great Runner swings up to the outside and now moves into the second slot. Hadley's Honor is back fourth now as they take it to the top of the stretch, and Conrad Meadows cruising along with a 1/4 mile to go. Great Runner pursuing from a distant second. The rest are far back as they round the turn and run for home, and Conrad Meadows and Adrian Castellanos in the final 200 yards dominating in the stretch. Olympic Legend moves into second at Hadley's Honor, but it's going to be Conrad Meadows by a city block. Olympic Legend in second, Hadley's Honor, followed Toppers at Seaside, Great Runner, and Oh, What a Rush. Time of the race was a quick minute 15 and 51 100ths. Order of finish official. The official winner, number 6, Conrad Meadows. Finishing second was number 2, Olympic Legend. Finishing third was number 1, Hadley's Honor. And fourth came number 3, Toppers at Seaside. The 6th race today was the Leaf Guard purse. Once again, the running time, 1:15 and 51 100ths. In the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, it's Conrad Meadows. Owned by Kevin Shavaria, Howie Gibson, trained by Howie Gibson, a riding double for Adrian Castellanos. 5-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Attaboy Roy from Goose Prairie. She was sired by Nationhood. Bred here in Washington by Clemens View Farm. And a look at the prices for the 6th race today. Conrad Meadows, number 6, the winner. $430 to win, $314, $218 across the board. Number 2, Olympic Legend, $740 to place, $372 to show. Number 1, Hadley's Honor, $2.62 to show. Winning Exacta, $15.11. The rolling double, $9.48. 50-cent trifecta, $22.53. 10-cent super, $10.34. The pick 3, $34.01. Coming up, the 7th race today, it's the Bud Light Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 3, Cheekwood, will carry 2 pounds over. Number 7, In Orbit, will carry 1 pound over. Post time for the 7th race at 4:51. 22 minutes until post time. And ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 claims in the 6th race today. Number 4, Great Runner, was claimed. The new owner, Steve Mayotte. The new trainer, Jose Puentes. Number 4, Great Runner, claimed from the 6th race. Also in the 6th race, number 6, Conrad Meadows, was claimed. The new owner, Terra Firma Farm. The new trainer, Joe Toy. Number 6, Conrad Meadows, claimed from the 6th race. Race fans, make plans to join us for breakfast at the Wire Saturday, August the 15th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. It's located near the Paddock Grill. Admission is free, plus you receive a free breakfast item. Breakfast at the Wire, Saturday, August 15th. And Championship Sunday is just 1 week away. There'll be 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time is 1:50. Gates open at 11:30 a.m. Come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1 p.m. Get your tickets today at EmeraldDowns.com.
On to race number 7 at Emerald Downs, and Washington-bred Conrad Meadows with his 3rd win at the meeting, and a couple of really impressive victories back-to-back. Kind of tossing his name into a possible claimer of the meeting honor, John, and possibly we could run that owner's handicap again. I think Racing Secretary Brett Anderson has that in his sights for later in the year, and Conrad Meadows, strong sprinter right now.
Yeah, his turn time there was just unbelievable. I think he ran the second quarter in 22.1 and just opened up on the field, and you catch that 6 furlong in 108 and 3, and he was just full of run today. And granted, he drew outside and all those things, but that was a big effort. We'll hopefully see him again, like you said, in a few weeks here.
Yeah. Just one behind the meet leader with wins at Emerald Downs this season. 3 wins for Conrad Meadows, the son of Attaboy Roy. 7th race, 3-year-old fillies, actually 3 and up fillies and mares. This is a non-winners of 2 condition. These are always good handicapping tests, these non-winners at 2. Some horses have had a lot of starts, some haven't had many, some dropping. Well, it's a horse race, and we've got 7 to look at here. Number 1 is Go Prance-A-Lot, who did pick up her maiden victory at Emerald Downs from just off the pace in May. Only had 2 starts since then. She is coming off a 2nd.
Yeah, and in that race she was veered in, was bumped hard at the start, and sometimes that can take a lot out of a horse, but for her it didn't. And then on the second turn she was a little wide, but that was a really good effort going around 2 turns. You go back to her maiden score back in May, and she made a big move there too, so can almost argue this is her second try against winners after her sprint maiden win. So we could see an improvement here. Draws a 1 hole, should have enough speed to get a nice stalking trip.
Go Prance-A-Lot from trainer George Maravilla. Blake Nunnally has been her regular rider of late. Ran 2nd to Bella Chow Chow, going a mile that race 3 weeks ago, and Bella Chow Chow came back to win again yesterday at Emerald Downs. Dixie's Delight, maiden victory for her in May, kind of like Go Prance-A-Lot, and her 2nd start against winners showed improvement. She dropped in class and actually narrowly beaten there on July 3rd, so she's been off about 5 weeks or so.
Yeah, and that was a good effort. She was in the battle all the way around the racetrack, lost to Army Knife, who ran a really nice 2nd last night, and she got claimed out of that race. Now she does appear to want to be on the lead for her best efforts. There's a couple other speed horses here, but she draws inside of them, which also might give her a little bit of an advantage. We'll see.
Yeah, that helps, and she won her maiden impressively on the front end. Good, tough try in her most recent. She was favored on July 3rd, but only beaten a half length. This is a non-winners of 2. Cheekwood is the 3 for trainer Steve Kohler, and 4th in 3 of her last 4, 4th place finishes, but not all that badly beaten.
No, last race she had a little bit of trouble at the start, maybe cost her a length, and then she kind of ran evenly, got a little tired in the stretch, and now a couple of other horses finished in front of her out of that race. But she has tactical speed, and she's kind of in it all the time. Obviously she's going to have to improve off of her last couple to get the win, but we know she's going to probably be up in contention throughout. We'll see where she ends up finishing.
That style of her stalking might land her in a good spot today. There are, as you mentioned earlier, several that do like to show early speed in this race. Cheekwood could get a good trip under Alex Cruz. Cruz piling up the wins at a nice rate here the last month or so. My leading lady is the 4, and she's the lightly raced runner in the group. Just 2 career starts, a debut victory, and then her most recent start she was 3rd behind Booster Club and Silent Beauty, the number 6 horse in here, but nonetheless, tactical speed, and this is her 2nd start against winners.
Yeah, in her very first race she was bet down, and she did not disappoint. Despite drawing the 1 hole, she quickly took command and cruised to an easy score, and then in her first try against winners, which was only 8 days later, she gave a formidable appearance there, and now she gets 2 weeks again off, but she has every right to continue to improve here and should get stalking trip. Or if she breaks sharply again, maybe she's quicker than some others. It's kind of hard to tell, but she's run 2 really nice races.
The Washington bred by Dancing Candy out of that good mare Perfect Pie. Sergio Perez has Adrian Castellanos back aboard. My Leading Lady, a 5-year-old mare. Yeah, made her career debut at age 5 and a winning one. Blue Locket from trainer Alan Bozell had that first out victory back in May. Just hasn't found her best stride since then. A little route to sprint angle here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, back in May when she did break her maiden, she was super green. She broke slow. She was kind of weaving around the track on the turn and drew off to a big win and just hasn't been able to repeat that yet. Last race she was fractious in the gate, so I think you can kind of throw that race out. The race before that she was wide throughout. So she has a couple of excuses, but we haven't seen anything near that debut, and we'll see if she can turn it around today.
Kevin Orozco aboard for the boss, Alan Bozell. Blue Locket, Silent Beauty number 6, and like several of these, narrowly beaten a few times recently. They are non-winners at 2, just 1 career victory.
Yeah, she's quick early. She's gone 21-2 in the past, 21-3 several times. Last race she had the lead, and Booster Club kind of blew by everybody in the stretch, but she held on for a game second. Now she does draw outside her other speed horses. However, we'll see how she breaks today, but one way or another, she's going to be in the battle throughout.
Finished a length ahead of My Leading Lady 2 weeks ago. Silent Beauty with Lenny Citron for Larry Ramnerine. And In Orbit on the outside, has that good outside post, recently claimed now in the barn of George Maravilla.
Didn't get the best of trips on the backstretch last race. Should get clear sailing from this post. I wouldn't ignore her at her price.
Okay, on the track for the 7th.
Horses are on the track for the 7th race today. It's the Bud Light Purse at 6 furlongs. Claiming event purse of $11,000 for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Race 7 is on tap here at Emerald Downs, and this is a sprint for fillies and mares at 6 furlongs. Kick off our 50-cent pick 5 wager. Races 7 through 11 remaining. Non-winners of 2 condition. Morning line favorite is an approximation from our odds maker Vince Bruin. Dixie's Delight made it 5-2, and she might go off a little bit lower than that, according to the early betting and looks at the daily double pick 3 payoffs upcoming. Dixie's Delight beaten just a half length last time out. It was about 5 weeks ago. Let's go up to Tom for an opinion. Tom?
Joe, I'm kind of looking at maybe a spoiler scenario here in this 7th race, and that said, I'll lean towards number 6, Silent Beauty, who is a speedy sort, has no problems getting to the front and could take them all the way here. Lenny Cicheron will do the guiding for Silent Beauty. Together, they come out of a nice 6 furlong effort in that last outing, but she has been pretty game in just about all of her showings this year and last year. She's only had the 2 starts this year, but you can combine last year's form with that. She looked pretty good then too. I'll put her on top. In Orbit on the outside second selection, another one that responded well in the last outing, could build on that effort. And My Leading Lady, number 4, to round out my top 3. This one with 2 solid efforts under the girth now. 6, 7, and 4, my picks here in the 7th.
6 on top. Okay, Silent Beauty coming off a good effort. John Lindley.
I'm going to pick the same 3 horses as Tom, just slightly different order, but I'm going to go with number 6 also, Silent Beauty, for very similar reasons. You know, last race she veered in sharply at the start, but quickly recovered and took the lead. The race before that, she'd gone 21-3 and chased the pace there, being off a long layoff. So I think if she breaks sharply today, she might be the quickest early. There's a lot of speed in this race, but sometimes the best speed wins. We'll see if that's the case.
She was competitive at that higher non-winners of 2 level last year, and this is just her 3rd start of 2026, some improvement in her second. I did put her second. I went with My Leading Lady, who broke her maiden first out, and then pretty good effort. Silent Beauty beat her a length, but just her second career start, and she was coming back in 8 days. So I'm on the 4, John and Tom on the 6 here in race 7.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 7th. Seventh race today, the Bud Light Purse at 6 furlongs. And the field set to load. Go Prancelot, first one to go up. Dixie's Delight steps forward. Now Cheekwood in to join them. My Leading Lady and Blue Locket. Silent Beauty under the breakaway blanket. Outside post comes in orbit. And the 7th. They're in the gate. And runners away. Good start for In Orbit from the outside, but here goes Dixie's Delight to battle for the lead. My Leading Lady is prompted from between horses as they race for the far turn. Along the inside, it's Dixie's Delight just in front with My Leading Lady and In Orbit. Length and a half more back to Cheekwood. At the rail go Prancelot and Blue Locket into the far turn they go. Dixie's Delight just in front. My Leading Lady. Silent Beauty poised on the outside. Here comes In Orbit stirring and moving quickly to join the leaders with a quarter mile to go. They run to the top of the stretch. Dixie's Delight kicks off the turn a length and a half in front as they round the turn and head for home. In Orbit from the outside. Silent Beauty is at the rail. Go Prancelot charging late now. In deep stretch they come a 16th away, and Go Prancelot goes racing right on by. Go Prancelot to win it 2.5, 3 clear of Dixie's Delight. In Orbit followed, then Cheekwood, Blue Locket with Silent Beauty and My Leading Lady. Running time 1:11 and 37/100. Unofficial order of finish on the board. First, it was number 1, Go Prancelot. Second was number 2, Dixie's Delight. Third came number 7, In Orbit. And fourth was number 3, Cheekwood. Running time of the race once again, 1 minute, 11 and 37/100 seconds. Seventh race today was the Bud Light Purse. Results for the 7th are official. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Go Prancelot, owned by Jorge Maravilla and Candelario Barragan. Winning trainer is Jorge Maravilla. Blake Nunley in the saddle with the win. Go Prancelot's a 3-year-old bay filly by Sir Prancelot. From Go Greta, she was sired by Bated Breath. Bred in California by Checkmate Thoroughbreds, LLC. Here's a look at the prices for the 7th race. Winner number 1, Go Prancelot, $7.98 on the win ticket, $3.30 to place, $2.74 to show. Number 2, Dixie's Delight, $2.70 to place, $2.50 on the show ticket. Number 7, In Orbit, $4.66 to show, winning exacta $9.80. Rolling double, $14.34. 50-cent trifecta, $32.91. 10-cent super, $14.50. The winning pick 3, $27.54. And the pick 4 returns $166.99. Coming up, the 8th race today, it's the Explore Auburn Purse at 6 furlongs. No changes in the 8th race. Post time on the board at 5:22. Less than 23 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget we have one more dog day this season. It's on Sunday, August the 23rd. The Wiener Dogs and the Wiener Wannabes get their turn to race on the track. Post time will be 1:50 p.m. It's all presented by Pacifico. Get your tickets today at emeralddowns.com. And be sure to join us this coming Saturday, August the 15th, for the Hall of Fame Day at Emerald Downs. We'll have a special ceremony in front of the Winner's Circle. That starts at 1 p.m. The 2026 Washington Racing Hall of Fame inductees are Doug Moore in the Lifetime Achievement category, Maxwell G. in the Older Horse division, Reba is tops in the Older Filly or Mare division, and the Media Award will go to Mark Kaufman.
Paddock time for race number 8 at Emerald Downs. This is a sprint for 3-year-olds and upward, non-winners at 2. And Sue Gilmore joining me in the paddock here, the wife of Jim Gilmore, the trainer of number 5, Prince of Memphis, our morning line favorite. Good to see you, Sue. Your barn has been having a real good meet.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. And this horse, Prince of Memphis, you were just telling me, he goes back in your family and before his dam even.
Yes, yes. Great-great-grandmother we had.
And a long line of Oregon breds, and were there some runners in there now and then?
Oh, yeah. Little Queen of Mean like my mama, High Pheasant.
Sure. And Prince of Memphis, he's had a good little career. He's got a win at the meeting. But 5 for 5 in the money up here. You got to be pleased the way he's run since he's come up from Phoenix.
Yes, I am. He's a nice boy. He was an orphan.
So being an orphan and you guys raising him, what extra care, how does that work? Do you need a nurse mare?
No, we bucket raised him.
Okay.
We tried to get him on a mare, but she didn't want him.
So you go to Plan B, and you've got Prince of Memphis, and Frank Alvarado's riding him for the second time. Do you guys, you and Jim, tell anything about the morning exercise people or the jockeys about him to pay attention to anything certain?
No,
He'll just get out there and run.
hopefully.
And, he's got that tactical speed. He can lay off the pace. He looks pretty versatile, so really not that much instructions for the rider.
That's up to Jim.
That's up to Jim. Okay, you leave a few things up to him, but you helped raise him, and you got to be proud of him.
Yep.
Very good. Hey, Sue, thank you. And again, you guys have been having a fine season. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Sue Gilmore, part of the Jim and Sue Gilmore ownership and training group, and they again having a good year at Emerald Downs. Prince of Memphis, one of their winners, Barrister Proof, good focus. Yeah. Thank you, Sue, and good luck today. You are the morning line favorite, checking out the board right now, and even a little bit lower than that. Let's go to John Lindley and talk about the field here, including Convey to Me, and Prince of Memphis probably has drawn well. There's a little speed to his inside.
Yeah, he ran a big race last time, had the lead entering the stretch, but Adios Nicora was determined to get there and just out-finish him. But his race one back was a nice stalking wind routing, so he's versatile. He drew outside, and outside speed is always dangerous.
Frank Alvarado, again, second time aboard, and yeah, for Prince of Memphis, career-wise, I think he's 5 out of 5 in the money here at Emerald Downs, and 3 for 3 this year. So he has run well at this track. Let's go to Convey to Me with Jose Puentes and Silvio Amador. Ooh, a tough beat last time out. That was just last weekend.
Yeah, last Saturday, very first race, went off, 2 to 5, and he was in it every step of the way, but Minnesota was on the inside. He just could not get by him in the stretch. Now, that day, the rail was really good. I think we had, of the 8 races, 6 of them were won on the inside. So I think he can excuse that race. He draws inside today. He's got good tactical speed. He tries hard every time. Now, we've watched him run a lot. He tends not to change leads at the end, which has cost him, so hopefully he'll change leads today.
Yeah, beaten by long shot Simoncito last week, so he comes back, but he's had a pretty good meeting as well. And so is Mo Gray, who's the only 3-year-old in the race. Charles Essex runner with Kevin Krieger, unplaced in his most recent, but a string of really good efforts before that.
Yeah, he ran a huge race on July 10th in that first race and dominated a field win by 6.5. And last race, he was about 5 to 2. He broke okay, but he was really never in contention. Now, he was wide, and that was the same day Convey to Me ran, where I thought being on the inside was probably the place to be. Eddie Coyle was all the way on the inside, all the way around the racetrack, and won that race. So he also has an excuse, and either of his previous 2 efforts give him a big chance.
Right, yeah, just some good racing this year from Mo Gray. Hadagasel, the 3, Alex Cruz aboard, and Cruz, again, his timing on stretch runners has been really strong the last month, especially Ramiro Miraz trainee. What about Hadagasel? coming off a close third place finish.
Yeah, one race back, he was only a couple lengths behind Prince of Memphis, and then last race he had a nice stalking trip, loomed into it, and just kind of got out finished late. It was against Cause for Divorce, who came from far back. Now he does shorten up from 6.5 to the 6 furlongs, and he has good tactical speed. He'll get a nice stalking trip. He's going to have to improve a little bit, though, to threaten at the end.
Regarding Harry, somewhat neglected at the mutuals at this point in wagering. And again, that's just off one subpar race because he has been sharp other than that race of July 26, Debbie Perry trainee Alyssa Morales aboard.
Yeah, and in that race, there was a lot of speed in that race. Cause for Divorce came from far back to win it, so he got involved in a pretty hot duel. He can sit right off the lead or be on it, but if he gets that nice stalking trip, as you mentioned, he ran huge in several races prior to that last one.
Yeah, he fits right in there with Mo Gray, who's currently at 3-1. Regarding Harry, the 4. And then there's Prince of Memphis, the 5, who is coming off a narrow defeat, as you described. Adios Nicanor, a real determined stretch run, got up in the end. But just another good Emerald Downs race for Prince of Memphis. He has the style to lay close, be right there.
Yeah, and that was a fast race all the way around. They were moving early, and the final time of 109.4 for non-winners of 3 is pretty good. So he ran a winning race. He just ran into a horse that was slightly better that day.
Frank Alvarado up for Jim Gilmore, Prince of Memphis. Then 40 Shades of Tiger on the outside for Sergio Perez. Adrian Castellanos aboard 40 Shades of Tiger, who is coming off a couple of races at a mile. His sprint races, let's see, does he show a sprint win there? Anyway, his last victory here was at a mile. We know that.
Yeah, and his last
At least I know that.
Well, you're correct. He did win at a mile back in June. Last race, he broke slowly, was bumped around at the start, and was wide on the first turn. I think you could ignore that. So he's capable of better efforts. Draws outside, will get clear sailing from this post.
Okay, Sergio Perez gives a leg up to Adrian Castellano. So a field of 6. This is our last pick 4 on Sunday. Races 8 through 11, 50-cent pick 4 wagering. And, of course, rolling doubles and rolling pick 3s continue as we go to the track for the Explore Auburn Purse.
And the horses take the track for the 8th race today. It's the Explore Auburn Purse. A distance of 6 furlongs, claiming event, purse of $11,500. It brings out 3-year-olds and upward. Post time in 6 minutes.
Race 8 just minutes away. Again, the start of our 50-cent late pick 4. Races 8 through 11 remaining. We've got a sprint for older horses. Just would like to pass on some wedding wishes to Michael and Keisha here at Emerald Downs. Just married and spending part of their honeymoon right here at the track today. Best wishes to Michael and Keisha for a happy marriage. Tom, let's get an opinion from you in race 8.
On marriage or the 8th race?
Well, yeah, you can do a little bit of each. I think we got a couple minutes here.
For the groom, just agree to everything. That's the best advice I can give you. But congratulations to those two as we move along to the 8th race. I like Regarding Harry here. This one, he seems to do best in a relaxed mode from off the pace. I've looked at his past performances, up and down, spanning all the way back to last year. And he does have a bit of early speed to offer, but when he stays off that hot early fraction, he does have a pretty solid late kick to offer. And so I think that serves him well. So I will go with Regarding Harry here today. Alyssa Morales in the saddle. That'll be the top pick. Then Prince of Memphis, number 5, who certainly is going to be the favorite here. Odds on right now at 4-5 and has the resume to be so. And Mo Gray went off the rail, rounds out my top 3. Mo Gray, a big winner last time out, very tough at this level and distance, and certainly has to be considered a top rival here. So I go 4, 5, and 2 here in the 8th.
Okay, 4, 5, 2 Regarding Harry on top, and a bit of an overlay on him right now. Just dropped under 10-1. Regarding Harry, he's had a lot of good races. How do you see it, John?
We've talked a lot about Prince of Memphis from the interview all the way till Tom was talking about him recently, and he did get a really good trip last time, but he still ran a knock-up second there, and his races at Emerald are a win in 2 seconds, and he's got 4 weeks between starts, so timing is good. All things look through him. If he gets out of the gate and gets that stalking trip, I don't think he'll be denied his 3rd win.
Okay, I'm with you on Prince of Memphis. Good post and a little bit of speed to his inside. Again, the trip seems to be positive possibilities for him. We're on the 5, John and I, and Tom is on the 4 here in the 8th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 8th race. The Explore Auburn Purse at 6 furlongs. Mo Gray, first one in. Hadagassel steps up. And they're joined by Regarding Harry. Prince of Memphis, next one. Open slot at the inside for Convey to Me. One more to go, 40 Shades of Tiger outside. Now the 8th. Little activity inside Convey to Me. Back in line now. And runners away. Far outside, 40 Shades of Tiger darts to the front here. Running on Convey to Me is quickly ushered up at the rail, and Mo Gray alongside. A length to Regarding Harry. Up to the outside of that one comes Prince of Memphis. Hadagastle's at the tail, less than a half mile away as they race for the far turn. 22 and 6/100ths. 40 Shades of Tiger out on the lead by a length. On the outside, Mo Gray is edged into second now. Convey to Me is at the rail. Regarding Harry stirring from between horses with Prince of Memphis and Hadagassel at the tail, a quarter mile away now as they run to the top of the stretch. They round the turn and head for home. 40 Shades of Tiger kicks off the turn, 2 to the good with a final furlong to go. From between horses, Mo Gray is chasing, and up on the grandstand side, Prince of Memphis, 70 yards away. 40 Shades of Tiger turns them away to win it. Mo Gray was second. Prince of Memphis followed third, back to Regarding Harry. Hadagassel and Convey to Me. Running time on the board, a quick minute 9 and 73/100ths. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 6, 40 Shades of Tiger. Second was number 2, Mo Gray. Third, number 5, Prince of Memphis. And fourth, number 4, Regarding Harry. Those results are official. Once again, the running time, a minute 9 and 73/100ths. The 8th race today was the Explore Auburn Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's 40 Shades of Tiger. Owned and trained by Sergio Perez. Riding triple today for jockey Adrian Castellanos. 40 Shades of Tiger, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Smiling Tiger from 40-something. She was sired by Slew's Saga. Bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Jack Root Jr. And a look at the prices for the 8th race today. Long shot winner number 6, 40 Shades of Tiger, $33.98 to win. 12.24 to place, 4.14 to show. Number 2, Mo Gray, 4.46 to place, 3.04 to show. Number 5, Prince of Memphis, 2.16 on the show price. Winning exacta, $93.16. Rolling double paid $64.52. 50-cent trifecta, $72.27. 10-cent super, $71.46. Winning pick 3, $130.56. And the pick 4 worth $427.17. Coming up, the 9th race today, the Olympic Eagle purse at 6 furlongs. Number 1, Now Cato, has been scratched. Scratch, number 1, Now Cato. Number 2, Fred Moe, will carry 3 pounds over. Number 4, Sir Argento, 2 pounds over. Number 7, Can't Catch This Cat, 3 pounds over. Post time for the 9th race at 5:53. 22 minutes until post time. And ladies and gentlemen, there was a claim in the 8th race today. Number 5, Prince of Memphis, was claimed. The new owners, Rancho Viejo and Jerry Carmody. The new trainer, Rigoberto Velasquez. Number 5, Prince of Memphis, claimed from the 8th race.
And moving right along here on Sunday, and we had our big upset of the day right there. Well, so far anyway. 40 Shades of Tiger just took it to him up on the front end. And yeah, quite the job. Held that lead safely through the stretch, John.
Yeah, he broke sharply and was able to go through all those horses that had been coming off sprints, but was able to get to the lead on the rail there. And then in mid-stretch, it looked like he was going to get outrun, but he seemed to find something more and drew away end. And we know he's capable of doing that. His last couple have been subpar, but today he kind of turned the corner, and hopefully we'll see him again in a few weeks.
Yeah, little drop in class. Sergio Perez, nice job. And Adrian Castellanos brought in another one today. So great job by that team with the upset victory. Let's go to the 9th race, the start of our last pick 3. There's a look at the 2, Fred Moe. And the 1 is out. Scratch number 1, now Cato. Fred Moe had some promising races here last year as a 2-year-old. Just hasn't quite come back the same way as a 3-year-old, but he is dropping in class today for trainer Robbie Bays. So a chance for him to move forward on the class drop.
Yeah, last race I had him being bumped at the start. He lost the length there. It wasn't terrible, but it cost him a little position. And he went up and kind of showed a little speed and got a little tired, but it was an improvement off his first race off that long layoff. So hopefully he gets out of the gate cleanly today, and maybe he can secure some position along the inside up near the lead. With that scratch, the kind of pace scenario is a little muddled here, and none of these horses have really shown an affinity, except for Blackberry Jam last year, to actually go to the lead. So maybe the connections for Fred Moe might use that to their advantage.
Fred Moe with Kevin Orozco for trainer Robbie Bays, a son of Jess Moe and Brookie Girl, the good damn Brookie Girl. Number 3 is Blackberry Jam, and kind of like Fred Moe, boy, a lot of promise at 2, including a stakes win here at Emerald Downs. Good speed, and he just has not been able to stay with the leaders in the stretch this year so far.
You know, it was interesting, as you mentioned last year, he showed really good speed and of course won the King County Express. And then this year on June 21st when he came out, he was super wide, and we talked about June 21st, a day where the rail was really, really the place to be. So I thought he ran okay. And then like you also mentioned, the last 2 just didn't show much speed or much, but they are dropping into a claiming race. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the connection said, look, his best races are up on the lead. Let's see if we can get it. And if that's the case, we'll see if they can go wire to wire.
That seems like a very possible scenario for Blackberry Jam. Trainer Ryland Harwood, apprentice rider Pablo Castillo. First time for a price for Blackberry Jam. That's a significant drop. There's Sir Argento, the white horse, and a couple of really good thirds here at the meeting. Yeti Loot was super impressive in his front-running victory in June, and then a good third behind next out winner Calm, Cool, and Collected. A sharp horse there as well. Sir Argento won in August of last year, generally from a little off the pace.
Yeah, and last race he ran really well. They ran 109 flat, and he had the inside, and he just got out finished by a couple of better horses. The race before that, as you also talked about, Yeti Luke was completely dominant, running 108 and 1. So his third start off a layoff. He has good tactical speed. I know he only has 1 win in 13 starts, but he acts like a horse that's going to be in contention throughout. And based on the dynamic morning line, he might be the favorite. It just depends on how the money falls at the end. There's some pretty close betting in the dynamic today.
Sir Argento, a rare white racehorse. Yeah, number 4 is a white racehorse, not a gray. No red or brown hairs, all white for Sir Argento. Candy Kreiderman's had him since he was a 2-year-old. Frank Alvarado up today. Glorious Run, it's that second start against winners with a slight drop in class.
Yeah, and last race I had him on the inside, and then I think he reacted either to a shadow or something. He kind of took an awkward stride mid-turn and then moved off the rail, and it cost him a little bit, but he still persevered for a good third, and that was his first try against winners. And apparently he has a little bit of tactical speed. You got to respect anything from their barn. This barn's having a great meet. Their percentage is off the charts. We'll see if they can get another win.
Glorious Run by Run Happy. Tom Wenzel trainee, Adrian Castellanos aboard, and he has just got a great percentage when riding for Wenzel, 33%. There's the 6, Number 6 from trainer George Rosales is Bull Tiz, who had just a runaway maiden victory. Now he comes out of the Seattle Slough going a mile.
Yeah, and in that race, he broke about 3 lengths slow. In fact, in all 3 starts at Emerald, he's broken slowly. He does not have a lot of early speed, and this is a paceless race. However, he has a potent stretch kick. We'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, interesting horse for sure. Just one race removed from a big maiden victory. Rosales has Silvio Amador up and can't catch this cat. A tremendous 2-year-old season. Had a stake win here, 2 wins. Also was 4th in the Gottstein, a good effort there. And he's looking to get going in his 3-year-old season as well for Frank Lucarelli. Kevin Krieger aboard as we head to the track for race 9.
And the horses are on the track for the 9th race today. It's the Olympic Eagle Purse at 6 furlongs. A claiming event, purse of $16,000. It brings out 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 1 now, Cato, has been scratched. Post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Coming up on the 9th race here at Emerald Downs, the Olympic Eagle Purse at 6 furlongs, scratch number 1. We've got a field of 6 sprinting 6 furlongs. The late pick 3 starts right here. Races 9, 10, and 11. And let's go right back upstairs to Tom Harris.
All right, Joe, in this 9th race, I'm going to go with Bull Tiz here. Silvio Amador has the assignment for Bull Tiz, who steps out of the 1 mile Seattle Slew Stakes in just his last effort. I think you can excuse that. That was a really tough race. Robin Racer was just extra sharp that day. Had a nice maiden win, though, did Bull Tiz, and the race before that was a galloping winner at 6 furlongs in a minute 10 flat. So back to 6 furlongs today. I would expect to see a whole different Bull Tiz than what we saw in the Seattle Slew. So I'll put that one on top. Can't Catch This Cat, second selection. Raced evenly last time out, comes into a pretty good spot here. And another one that's faced off against some pretty tough company. Third selection here, Sir Argento. Easy to spot. The white son of Race Day. And he is a bright white. You can spot him a mile away. Race announcers like that. Sir Argento, just a game sort, very consistent as well, always up into the mix of things. 6, 7, and 4, the way I see it here in the 9th.
Okay, Tom going with Bull Tiz, coming out of the Seattle Slew Stakes for the track's top 3-year-olds. And going route to sprint, we're going 6 furlongs. John.
Yeah, after the scratch, the race is kind of muddled to me because I don't really know who's going to the lead, and I kind of like to bet speed horses, so I'm hoping it's the white horse. I don't know if that will be the case, but Sir Argento chased a hot pace last time along the inside. He does have good tactical speed, although Blackberry Jam, I think, is quicker. But I think they can get up into contention early. He can get his second lifetime win, and the public and the track photographer and everybody like to see a white horse in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he has been well known here since its arrival at age 2. And I'm going to go with him as well. Coming off a fine race, Sir Argento beaten just a couple lengths in a fast heat behind Calm, Cool, and Collected, who's a very accomplished horse at this meeting. John and I on the 4, Sir Argento. Tom's on the 6, Bull Tiz here in race 9.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 9th. Ninth race, the Olympic Eagle Purse at 6 furlongs. And Fred Moe, first one to go. Blackberry Jam looks it over, strolls to the mark. Now comes Sir Argento. Glorious Run to join them. Bull Tiz, one from the outside, heads to the gate. And Can't Catch This Cat to get us underway. Now in. And runners away. Can't Catch This Cat off quickly. The outside Bull Tiz and Sir Argento picks up the running now. Fred Moe moves on at the rail. Bull Tiz 5 off the early beat as they progress up the backstretch. Will drop back about 4 or 5 to Blackberry Jam at the tail. They've a half mile to go now, and Can't Catch This Cat leads the way. Glorious Run to the outside, poised in second, 3 parts to Sir Argento. Bull Tiz on the outside, 4th. Length and a half to Fred Moe and Blackberry Jam. Around the turn they go. Can't Catch This Cat is the leader. Glorious Run on the outside. Sir Argento is not far behind. Bull Tiz up to the outside, and Fred Moe, they round the turn and head for home. Can't Catch This Cat to take him inside the final furlong. Sir Argento in pursuit. Glorious Run drops back to 3rd, but Can't Catch This Cat goes away. Can't Catch This Cat wins it by 3. Sir Argento, Blackberry Jam rushing in 3rd. Bull Tiz followed. Fred Moe and Glorious Run. Running time was a fast minute 9 and 18/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the 9th race. Those results are now official. Finishing first, it was number 7, Can't Catch This Cat. Second was number 4, Sir Argento. Third, number 3, Blackberry Jam. And fourth, number 6, Bull Tiz. Once again, the running time, a minute 9 and 18/100 9th race today, the Olympic Eagle Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, Can't Catch This Cat. Owned by Margaret Root, trained by Frank Lucarelli, ridden to victory by Kevin Krieger. A 3-year-old bay gelding by Cat Burglar from Mahee Moon. She was sired by Malibu Moon. Can't Catch This Cat was bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Dr. Jack Root Jr. And a look at the prices for the 9th race today. Winner number 7, Can't Catch This Cat, $8.30 on the win ticket. 416, 296 across the board. Number 4, Sir Argento, 416 to place, 278 to show. Number 3, Blackberry Jam, $3.14 to show. The Exacta, $16.60. Rolling Double, $60.30. 50-cent trifecta worth $26.34. 10-cent super, $6.71. Pick 3 paid $207.59. And the pick 4, $400.31. Coming up, the 10th race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Program note for number 2, Avila Nasa. The owner and trainer should be listed as Alexis Silva Martinez. Post time for the 10th race coming up at 6:21. 19 minutes until post time. Race fans, don't forget, Breakfast at the Wire returns next Saturday, August the 15th, from 9 to 10:30 a.m. near the Paddock Grill. Admission is free, plus you'll receive a free breakfast item. Join us on Saturday, August 15th, Breakfast at the Wire. Championship Sunday, just 1 week away. There's 6 stakes races, including the 91st running of the $125,000 Long Acres Mile. Post time is 1:50 p.m. The gates open at 11:30 a.m. Be sure to come early for the Railbird Rally in the park from noon to 1, and you can get your tickets today at EmeraldDowns.com.
Race number 10 coming up here at Emerald Downs. 2 races remaining. You can tie both races together with winners in the $1 double, the $1 late double. $1 gets you a horse in each race, and you can add more horses if you wish, of course. Next Saturday, of course, we're going to have breakfast at the Wire from 9 to 10:30. We'll have some guests. We'll be talking Long Acres Mile. Next Saturday, Long Acres Mile Eve starts early here at Emerald Downs. Breakfast at the Wire. There's a complimentary breakfast item there. There's coffee. We'll have some raffle prizes once again. Couple trivia questions. We have a good time at breakfast at the Wire. Mile Eve morning next Saturday. Washington Thoroughbred Hall of Fame ceremony begins at 1 p.m. next Saturday. The races will start just a little bit after 2. And we will learn some Washington racing history next Saturday and honor the 4 inductees for the class of 2026. Also, we'll raise money for the PDJF, the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund, next Saturday here at Emerald Downs. So please keep that in mind. A very worthy organization, and the money goes toward jockeys that could not perform after injuries, and they need help in rehab and future life endeavors. The PDJF will raise money for that next Saturday as well. Okay, we've been looking at All About Babes, and she was favored here at Emerald Downs a couple weeks ago. She ran well, didn't win, but ran well.
Yeah, showed good early speed, battled throughout, and was outfinished late. In fact, if you throw out her 1 mile route, her 3 sprints are all good efforts. All 4 of them at Emerald. She's got a second, a couple seconds, a third, and a fourth. She's up near the battle pace all the way around the track. Now she did, of course, draw my favorite post for a horse with tactical speed at 6.5, which means you got to get out of the gate cleanly from the 1 hole there. But if she can get up into contention and get out and run her last race, she definitely is maybe the one to beat, but if not, the second choice here, and should be in the battle all the way around the racetrack.
And I got you going on the wrong track there because I called him a she, and this is a 4-year-old gelding. All About Babes, a son of Sir Prancelot, trained by Blaine Wright. Kevin Krieger aboard. All About Babes, as John said, some solid sprints, looking for a maiden victory. These are non-winners maidens, sprinting 6.5 furlongs. Number 2, Avelanasa. Avelanasa, we did see her with some good higher class maiden effort. She was a closer. He was a closer in 2024 and got into contention a few times. Fairly lightly raced since 2024.
Yeah, he hasn't done too much then, but he did run 3rd at a route. Shows a good workout pattern going into this. He's back in the barn of the people that had him way back in. Actually, not. It was a different barn back in 2024. But he hasn't shown too much early speed. He's fresh, so we know that he'll probably break cleanly here, and we'll see if he can get in contention late. Ran some good races in 24, like you mentioned.
Yeah, he did. Plenty works from the Alexis Silva Martinez barn, and Kevin Orozco rides Velanasa, a Kentucky bred by Take Charge Indy. Maiden $5,000 claiming. Number 3, Glory Sunday. Another horse that's going to get some attention at the windows because a 3rd and a 2nd in his last 2.
Yeah, he comes out of the same race that All About Babes ran, and he ran okay there. He kind of ran evenly. He was in the 9 hole that day. He gets a little better post, and 1 race back, he was battling for the lead throughout. Now, that race was a little slower race, but, you can almost argue his last race was faster, even though he's beaten 6 lengths. So I think he's on the improve, and he's got tactical speed, which is always a positive in maiden races.
Blake Nunnally back up. Glory Sunday. Trainer George Maravilla. Yeah, a contender there. Harbor Buddy is dropping in class, and not a lot of those in this race. Harbor Buddy just ran for 10,000, and that Count Delia that day was off the charts.
Yeah, if you look at his last race, he was wide, and he didn't really obviously show much in a stretch, but his race 1 back was against Charlie Neal and Midnight Tiger, and we've seen Charlie Neal come back and run 2 big races out of that race, and a couple other horses also out of that race. So not sure what happened last time, but Tim McCann of Barnes says, all right, well, let's put him at the bottom level claiming price, and he has enough tactical speed to probably be in contention throughout, dropping off those races where he's been chasing 44 and change half miles. There's no way they'll go 44 and change here, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Harbor Buddy dropping in class, and Alex Cruz up today for Tim McCann. Got Charlie Neal over Midnight Tiger there, Harbor Buddy in that race in July, and then of course Charlie Neal winning today over Lead the Charge. Midnight Tiger was third again, so getting away from some faster horses is the four. There's Vegas Runaway for Doug Carlson. Talia Timontroy back aboard. Woke up last time out on the drop.
Yeah, he got a much better trip there. Broke a little slow, but stayed along the inside on the rail and appears to be a little bit on the improve. We'll see if he can continue to improve.
Yeah. Beaten less than a length. Number 6, Hillbilly Hot Rod, a son of Barkley. Just a little bit lacking in punch late, but nonetheless, 4th of 10 last time out.
Yeah, he comes out of the same race that All About Babes was in, and he ran, like you said, he ran okay, but he's only had 3 lifetime starts. The extra half furlong will probably help him a little bit. We'll see if he can get things break his way.
Leading rider Silvio Amador up for Vince Gibson. Hillbilly Hot Rod by Barkley and out of Grand Bailey. She had a good run here at Emerald Downs as a race mare. Here's the 6. 7 is Booming Bernardo for Bruce Dillenbeck with apprentice Pablo Castillo. And he was 5th in a maiden race, and that race was in June, so it's been a few weeks since he's run.
Yeah, he did have a wide trip that day, but he's in the 7-hole here, so he kind of figures to be wide again. Now, he's had a lot of chances, 34 chances, but he has run second and third 11 of those times, and his last race wasn't terrible. Well, he's going to have to improve, obviously, to threaten here, but he's run some races at Turf Paradise and Los Al that would give him a big chance. We'll see if that's the case today.
Yeah, narrowly beaten a few times this year. Booming Bernardo with Castillo aboard. There's the 7, a Gray son. These are all colts and geldings. Son of Full Bridle. So 7 to the track for race 10. Again, the start of our $1 late double.
And the horses take the track for the 10th race today in the Elysian Brewing Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. It's a maiden claiming event, purse of $8,500. It's for maiden 3-year-olds and upward. Note the late rider change for number 6, Hillbilly Hot Rod. His pilot now Alex Anaya at 1 over. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Race 10, the Elysian Brewing Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs, maiden 3-year-olds and upward. Field of 7 getting ready to race. One's going to come out a winner. And let's get some predictions on that. Let's go up to Tom.
All right, Joe, I'm going to go to the inside with All About Babes. Kevin Krieger handles the reins for this one. All About Babes been close on many attempts, draws that inside post position here today, showed good speed last time out at 6 furlongs and stretches out just a little bit here today to 6.5. But this one is forwardly placed on just about every occasion here with the exception of one. That was around 2 turns, but at sprint distance, he has been right there in the mix every time since coming up from Santa Anita. I'll go All About Babes on top. Glory Sunday, number 3, the second selection here, who's also been knocking at the door in the last couple. And Vegas Runaway, number 5, to round out my top 3. Could be a little pricey here. This one was better in the last outing, maybe getting a little closer now. 1, 3, and 5, my picks here in the 10th.
Very good. All About Babes on top for Tom. And again, his recent sprints, he's certainly been one to beat. He's been just knocking on the door looking for a maiden victory. Let's go to John Lindley.
I'm going to give him a slight call also over the Tim McCanna trained runner, mainly because he looks a step quicker now. We've talked earlier, 6.5, 1 hole. Sometimes they break slowly, but if he can break cleanly here and secure that rail and be in contention throughout, he looks like he's coming around to a win.
Okay, 1, 4, 2, 1 on top for John. I'm going to go for Harbor Buddy coming out of some fast races. He's going to find himself close to the lead, very close, and the drop in class and a little bit lesser competition in front of him. I think Harbor Buddy can get the job done today. I'm on the 4, Tom and John on the 1 in the 10.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 10th. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. In this 10th race, there is a late scratch. Upon the advice of the track veterinarian and by order of the stewards, number 7, Booming Bernardo, has now been scratched. Scratch number 7, Booming Bernardo. Win, place, and show wagers on number 7, Booming Bernardo may be refunded at the pari-mutuel windows. Also, if you had that one coupled in your rolling double with the winner in the first half of that double, number 7, Can't Catch This Cat, coupled to number 7, Booming Bernardo in the 10th race, there will be a consolation payoff on those combinations. Consolation payoff on the 7-7 rolling double. And if you had number 7, Booming Bernardo, combined in your multi-race wagers, your selection will be automatically transferred to the post-time wagering favorite in this 10th race. Booming Bernardo being escorted off the track. Just as soon as he is clear of the track, the field will be set to load once again. Slight delay before the running of the 10th. And with Booming Bernardo now safely off the track, field been given the green light to load here for the 10th race, the Elysian Brewing Purse. Field set to load for 6 1/2 furlongs. Inside post, All About Babes. Avila Nasa steps up. Now Glory Sunday. Harbor Buddy goes to join them. Trouble in the Gate with number 1, All About Babes. Actually, All About Babes back in and okay. Outside, Hillbilly Hot Rod up to the line. And runners away. Good start towards the outside for Vegas Runaway, quick into stride. Hillbilly Hot Rod got off well. All About Babes kicks on from the inside. From the middle of the pack comes Harbor Buddy. 4 in a line up front. Glory Sunday just back of the wall of leaders, and Avila Nasa is at the tail. They head midway up the back stretch. Just over a half mile away, and All About Babes gets to the front now. Harbor Buddy is right alongside. The outside Vegas Runaway is racing third by 2. Hillbilly Hot Rod follows next, still 3. Back to Glory Sunday and Avila Nasa. Round the turn they go, 22.50 first fraction. All About Babes, let go up front, leads it by 3 now. Harbor Buddy backpedals at the rail. On the go, Hillbilly Hot Rod is next with Vegas Runaway. They round the turn and head for home. All About Babes leads the way with a furlong to go. Is opened clear by 5. Harbor Buddy from between horses. In 200 yards to go, though, going to be tough to reach. All About Babes. All About Babes, an absolute runaway. All About Babes, easy winner here. The race for second goes to Glory Sunday, close on the show with the Villanasa Harbor Buddy together. Hillbilly Hot Rod back of that, and Vegas Runaway. Time on the board, 1:17 and 17/100ths. First two finishers on the board. Finishing first, it was number 1, All About Babes. Second was number 3, Glory Sunday. Photo shows number 4, Harbor Buddy, finishing third. And fourth came number 2, Avila Nasa. Once again, the running time, 1:17 and 17/100 10th race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse. Results are official. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, All About Babes. Owned by J.C. Richards, trained by Blaine Wright. Score that riding double for jockey Kevin Krieger. All About Babes, a 4-year-old gray roan gelding by Sir Prancelot. From Babes Bridget, she was sired by Maria's Mon. Bred in California by Eagle Ridge Racing LLC and Rancho San Miguel. Look at the prices for the 10th race. Number 1, All About Babes, returns $708 to win, $450 to place, $232 to show. Number 3, Glory Sunday, $782 to place and $250 to show. Number 4, Harbor Buddy, $210 on the show ticket. The exacta $15.80. 7-7 Consolation Double, $3.64. The winning combo on the double, 7 and 1, $16.32. 50-cent trifecta, $18.08. 10-cent super, $9.83. Winning pick 3, $183.86. Special thanks to the Connections for their donation today to the Thoroughbred Aftercare program. You hear the bell toll, you know a donation has been made. Coming up, the 11th and final race today. It's the Pepsi Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Number 7, Melvin's Loot, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on. Number 7, Melvin's Loot. Post time for the 11th race at 6:47. Post time coming up in 13 minutes. Race fans, don't forget we have one more dog day this season. That's Sunday, August 23rd. Wiener Dogs and Wiener Wannabes get their turn to race on the track here at Emerald. Post time is 1:50 p.m. It's presented by Pacifico. You can get your tickets at emeralddowns.com. Also join us this Saturday for the Hall of Fame Day at Emerald Downs. There'll be a special ceremony in front of the Winner's Circle at 1 p.m. The 2026 Washington Racing Hall of Fame inductees are Doug Moore in the Lifetime Achievement category, Maxwell G. in the Older Horse Division, Reba is tops in the Older Filly or Mare Division, and the Media Award goes to Mark Kaufman. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please for a late rider change in the 11th and final. Number 5, My Sweet Forza. Make the jockey Talia Timontois. Talia Timontois, now the rider for number 5, My Sweet Forza, in the 11th and final.
Horses in the paddock for the 11th and final here on Sunday. Thanks for joining us at Emerald Downs. And some purses awarded today, 11 races. And we'll be racing next Saturday, of course, the 15th. Again, breakfast at the wire at 9 a.m. The Hall of Fame induction ceremony begins at 1. And those videos on the big screen. Video presentations for all. And the 2 quarter horse championship stakes races are next Saturday among our 11 races. And the PDJF fundraising for the permanently disabled jockey fund will also happen next Saturday as well. There's a look at RD Stimulus. These are maiden 3-year-olds and upward, 6.5 furlong sprint RD Stimulus. 17 starts. He's only had 4 at the current meeting. Has a 4th place finish. He's been beaten double digits his last 2. So this is a maiden 5,000. Several of them have been trailing the leaders and the winners here, but we're going to find a winner here in this maiden 5,000.
Yeah, last race he was wide throughout last time. He moves all the way inside, and if you go back to his June 28th race where he ran kind of an even 4th there, that race would get him part of this here. And you know, being in the 1 hole saving ground is always a positive. So, you know, obviously we have tries and supers and such, and he's definitely a horse I'd want to look at underneath as a possible long shot use.
Robbie Bay's runner, RD Stimulus, Kevin Orozco aboard, and yeah, 4 horses uncovered in the pick 5, 1, 2, 6, and 8. If 1, 2, 6, or 8 win, we'll have a pick 5 carryover to next Saturday. Emaciata is the 2, a son of Pontiff, Washington-bred 4-year-old, and he's been at Turf Paradise and Emerald Downs in 2026. And not a lot of early speed from him.
No, and I didn't have any trip troubles or anything. He just didn't seem to, you know, be in contention. Now, when he ran back here in May, he did show a little early speed, and in one race ran an okay race for 4th there. Not sure what's happened the last couple races, but we know he's capable of a little better effort.
Okay, that's the 2 with Lenny Seacher on aboard for Doug Carlson. Field of 8. Here in the 11th and final. Number 3, Shady Rambler from the Tom Wenzel barn. Tom's debuted a couple of these first-time starters at, 10,000 claiming, maybe even a little less, and been successful. Of course, he's winning at 34% at the meeting, and the leading stakes trainer. And Shady Rambler is a 4-year-old debut runner by 6'13", who can put some speed into his runners. Music of My Soul was a state champion as a racehorse. He is the dam sire of Maisie's Music.
Yeah, I echo everything you say. The horse bred to have some early speed. It goes for a barn that does well with first-time starters. It draws, you know, a rider they have a lot of success with, and it wouldn't be surprised at all if this horse had early speed. Now, winning at 6.5 your first out is usually tricky, but you know, later in the year when there's attrition here, if he could get loose on the lead early and, you know, control the race, wouldn't be surprised at all to see him there at the finish.
Yeah, you're right, 6.5. A little tricky for a firster, but it is August of the year. There's the 4, Rise Up and Go from Jesse Velasquez, his barn, and Talia Taimantois rides. Note that rider change, Taimantois on the 4, who is the 9-5 morning line favorite. Placings in 2 of his last 4. The other 2 finishes were 4th.
And in that last race, he didn't really get the best of trips. I had him breaking a length slowly, and then he had the waited for room midterm behind horses, just kind of in that no man's land. And that was a good field at the level. We saw Fruit Loops come out of that race and win a route yesterday, and this is a much easier company. So, you know, obviously because he's running back against maidens versus winners too. So I can see why a lot of people are looking his way.
And by the way, Frank Alvarado's aboard the 4. Alvarado on Rise Up and Go. Taimantois on the 5. My Sweet Forza. And there is a look at number 7, Melvin's Loot. Blinkers on for Rosie Simpkins.
Yeah, broke slow, had a tough trip into the turn last time, moves outside today and drops in price. I wouldn't be surprised to see him hustle to the lead today.
Loot's Gift horse is running pretty well this weekend as well. And outside Sonoma Sam for Sarah Jennings, Alyssa Morales aboard. And 8 3-year-olds and upward maidens here at 6.5 furlongs in the 11th and final.
And the horses are on the track for the 11th and final. It's the Pepsi Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. Maiden claiming event. Purse is $8,500 for maiden 3-year-olds and upward. Note the late rider change for number 5, My Sweet Forza. Now the pilot is Talia Timantois. And a reminder, the number 7 Melvin's Loot races with blinkers on. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Eleventh and final, the Pepsi Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up maidens. Maiden claiming $5,000. First time starter number 3, Shady Rambler. And Talia Timantois, once again aboard number 5, My Sweet Forza. Timantois on the 5. Let's head up to Tom. One last race today, Tom.
Joe, I'm going to go with number 3, Shady Rambler, the first-time starter. And Adrian Castellanos, who's having a pretty solid day today. He's got a triple working on the card here. Shady Rambler, trained by Tom Wenzel, checks in with numerous workouts. Some really strong half-mile gait drills in the morning activity there for Shady Rambler. Though a first-time starter, you know, you just simply don't know when it comes race time with these types, but we will soon find out. So I'm going to go with Shady Rambler here based on the morning regiment and the good signs that we're seeing so far. Rise Up and Go, second selection. Frank Alvarado has the call here. This one posted nice efforts and drops a little bit here. And My Sweet Forza rounds out my top 3. Talia Timantois will be in here for Silvio Amador. So Talia Timantois to guide My Sweet Forza in this race. Had a wide trip last time out. I think you tossed that race out, and the previous looks pretty good. So 3, 4, and 5 for me here in the 11th.
Very good. 3 on top, Shady Rambler, the lone first-time starter in the field. John Lindley.
I'm going to go with an outside horse, number 7, Melvin's Loot. As you look at his last 2 starts, looked terrible, but he had excuses in both. Last race especially, he broke a length and a half slow, then going into the turn, he's in that no man's land where you're stuck, and he had to steady a little bit, so then he moves outside, and by then, you know, the race was over. Count Dahlia dominated him. You go back one prior to that, and then Stratojet just completely tow roped that field. So now he gets blinkers on, he drops in price, he gets an outside draw. I think he's got good tactical speed, and I think today's his day.
Thanks for making my case on Melvin's Loot. I agree with all that. Yeah, he's been in against two real speed demons. The last two, the drop in class, he has the speed to lay close, and the blinkers on even make that more of a possibility. Alex Cruz looking for a double, and yeah, we've had some successful days. Kevin Krieger a double, Frank Alvarado, and of course Adrian Castellanos a triple. Today we're headed toward the gate for the 10th. Tom is on number 3, Shady Rambler. John and I on the 7, Melvin's Loot here in the 11th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please in this 11th and final race. Upon the advice of the track veterinarian and by order of the stewards, number 2, Amaciata, has now been scratched. Scratch number 2, Amaciata, from this, the 11th race. Win, place, and show wagers on number 2, Amaciata, may be refunded at the parimutuel windows. And if you had number 2, Amaciata, coupled in your late double with number 1, All About Babes, in the 10th race, to number 2, Amaciata, in the 11th, there will be a consolation payoff on those combinations. And of course, if you had number 2, Amaciata, combined in your multi-race wagers, your selection will be automatically transferred to the post-time wagering favorite in this 11th and final race. Returning to the paddock here, number 2, Amaciata, late scratch. And now we have number 2, Amaciata, safely off the track. Horse has been given the green light to head to the gate. Post time for the 11th. 11th race today, the Pepsi Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. And the field loading now as R&D Stimulus goes in. Shady Rambler, the first timer, steps up. Rise Up and Go to follow. Now comes My Sweet Forza. Melvin's Loot won from the outside. Sonoma Sam, outside post. Still one back, that's Root Beer Paul. Root Beer Paul steps in. All set. And runners away. Good start for Rise Up and Go, emerging from the middle of the pack as they head out of the chute onto the main oval. Here goes Melvin's Loot now, up sharply to take the lead. My Sweet Forza kicks on third. Along the outside, Root Beer Paul is racing next. A length more to RD Stimulus at the rail. Then comes Shady Rambler second last. A gap of 5 to Sonoma Sam, less than a half mile away. 22:39 opening fraction. Melvin's Loot the outside. My Sweet Forza is at the inside. Those two run together now. And gaining quickly is the first-time starter, Shady Rambler, who's hustled up into third now. Rise Up and Go is back fourth at the rail. Root Beer Paul and RD Stimulus, they're a quarter mile away as they run to the top of the stretch. My Sweet Forza just a nose in front. Melvin's Loot still right there. Middle of the racetrack is Shady Rambler, and they're sent down for the drive. Stride for stride they go. Melvin's Loot on the inside, My Sweet Forza, and on the outside, Shady Rambler. 50 yards to the line. Melvin's Loot on the outside, on the inside, My Sweet Forza. Photo finish in the nightcap. Shady Rambler was back third. RD Stimulus to Rise Up and Go. Then we had Sonoma Sam running time on the board, 1:17 and 77 100ths. Photo finish for the win. Unofficial order of finish now appears on the totalizator board. Running time of the race once again, 1:17 and 77 100 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign appears on the totalizator board. There is a steward's inquiry. Please hold all tickets until the results are official. 11th race today, the Pepsi Purse. Unofficial order of finish first, it's number 7, Melvin's Loot. Finishing second was number 5, My Sweet Forza. Third came number 3, Shady Rambler. Fourth, number 1, RD Stimulus. And fifth, number 4, Rise Up and Go. The steward's inquiry does involve the top 2 place finishers in the run of the 11th race down the backstretch. This is one of the views being used currently by the stewards in review of the 11th race. Ladies and gentlemen, after viewing the video replays, the stewards have ruled that there be no change made in the order of finish. The results will remain as posted. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Melvin's Loot. Melvin's Loot, owned by Calvin Bagby and Horsehaven Creek Farm, trained by Rosie Simpkins. Alex Cruz with a riding triple today. Melvin's Loot, a 3-year-old Grayer Roan gelding by Lute's Gift. From Sea Drifter, she was sired by Rockport Harbor. Bred here in Washington by Horsehaven Creek Farm. And a look at the prices for the 11th and final. Winner number 7, Melvin's Loot, $474 to win. $304 to place, $234 to show. Number 5, My Sweet Forza, finishing second, $482 to place, $306 to show. Number 3, Shady Rambler, third, $274 on the show ticket. The Exacta, $7.67. The 1-2 Consolation Double, $3.41. The winning combo on the late rolling double, 1 and 7, $13.38. 50-cent trifecta, $15.67. The 10-cent super, $16.55. A look at the late pick 3, $25.15. The 50-cent Pentafecta worth $147.06. The late pick 4, $475.76. The pick 5 today, $1,590.96. 10-cent jackpot pick 6, $6,686.55. Coming up on the monitors located throughout the facility will be the backstretch head-on view. This is one of the views. This is the home stretch head-on view, actually. Stewards looking at the top 2 around the racetrack. They deemed that although there was some minor contact in the race, number 5, My Sweet Forza, still had the opportunity to advance placement. There's a look at the photo for the win in the 11th race. No change was made in the order of finish in the 11th and final as a result of the inquiry. Fans, be sure to join us for breakfast at the Wire Saturday, August 15th. That's coming up this Saturday from 9 to 10:30 a.m. That'll be held at the Paddock Grill. Admission is free. Plus, you'll receive a free breakfast item. Make plans to join us right here as racing resumes on Saturday, post time 1:50. From all of us here at Emerald Downs, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a pleasant good night.